Uh, we shall be beginning our presentation in next 5 minutes. I request all the presenters to be ready with their PPT presentations. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. We are extremely sorry. We are extremely sorry for delaying the session almost by an hour. The inauguration took a lot of time due to the presence of our chairperson, our chief guest. She was delayed, and further, we just managed to somehow start it by one. So, welcome everybody to GSDP 2024, and I welcome you all on behalf of Amity Institute of English Studies and Research, Amity University, Patna. I am Professor Roli Mishra, and I am your moderator for the session. With us, we have Dr. Ajit Kumar, Associate Professor, ACCF, Amity University, Patna. He is chairing the session. So let's welcome. And I shall now, one by one, mark your presence. In case anybody is still, uh, we shall be having your presentation. You shall share the screen and your PPT will be running alongside. So if it is okay from everybody's side, I would like to mark your attendance for our convenience. We start with Shrikant Balakrishna Rao Walwadkar and Dr. Tripti Karekati from Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra. Do we have you, sir and ma'am? Please kindly unmute yourself.
When do we start, ma'am?
Yes, sir. We shall just start in next 2 minutes, sir. I'll just be marking the attendance one by one first. Yes. Thank you so much, sir. We shall take up next Shivani Kumari and Dr. Shilpi Gupta from the State University of New Jersey, USA, and Vellore Institute of Technology, India.
Excuse me, ma'am. As per new schedule, I was to start this, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We shall be starting with you. We shall just be starting with you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, followed by Celsia R and Dr. Lavanya from College of Women, Coimbatore. Pooja Ghosh, Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Kolkata. Followed by
here.
yes, please, ma'am. Please, everybody. I shall be obliged if you mark your attendance promptly. Minakshi J. Sahu, Gandhi Institute of Engineering and Technology, University of Odisha. Ankita Kumari, Ranchi University, Ranchi, Jharkhand. K. Swarna Mugi, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai.
Yes.
Aisha Khan, Dr. Manjari Vaidya, Amity University, Mumbai. Antara Singh, Presidency University, Bangalore. Janvi S. Das, Presidency College, Chennai. Mehke Jan Sheikh, Islamic University of Science and Technology, Kashmir.
Present, ma'am.
Okay, so we shall begin with our very first presentation. For the very first presentation, we have Shrikant Balakrishna Rao Walwadkar and Dr. Tripti Karikati. Sir and ma'am, I shall request you, in case you have any PPT, please share your screen. You may share your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes. I shall just mute myself. And yes, sir, you may now begin with your presentation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Your screen is visible.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am veteran group captain Shrikant Valvadkar. Along with my guide, I'm a research scholar. With my guide, Dr. Tripti Karikatti, I'll be presenting alone the paper. Heading of the topic is Trauma, Violence and Memories of Non-Combatants in the 1971 War, portrayal in the Hamadur Rahman Commission report and the film Children of War. The objective of this, I have three objectives for presenting this paper. First is to provide food for thought and use it as a trigger for healthy discussion among the intelligentsia present today. Second objective is to acquaint the young researchers with the ocean of opportunities for research in military literature and open a few windows for them. And third and very important objective is to spread anti-war message. War causes widespread trauma and violence affecting both combatants and non-combatants. Non-combatants are the civilians who do not fight the war, but they suffer miserably. Impacts include killings, torture, rape, and mass displacement, leading to long-term physical and psychological damage. Ongoing Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Hamas wars are live examples of the effects of the war on global economies and forceful traumatic mass movement of personnel from certain death into uncertain life. The 1971 India-Pakistan war resulted in around 10 million refugees fleeing from East Pakistan, that time East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, to India. Unconfirmed reports say killing of 3 million people and rape of 2 lakh to 3 lakh women. Children of War is a movie of 2013 directed by Mrityunjay Devvrat, portrays the challenges faced by non-combatants and the human rights violations during the 71 war. Hamadur Rahman Commission is a supplementary report of 2000. Actually, it was submitted on 1974, but was kept under as a top secret document, but was released in 2000 by the then President and Chief of Army Staff, General Musharraf. Investigates Pakistan's defeat and reasons for the surrender of 93,000 personnel. The study compares fictional presentation in the war movie with the non-fictional Hamadur Rahman Commission report. We'll be discussing this in subsequent slides. The Hamadur Rahman Commission was immediately established by the then President of Pakistan in December 1970, immediately after the defeat and surrender. It was for the circumstances, to inquire the circumstances for defeat and surrender of now almost 93,000 personnel, civilians and non-combatants to Indian Army. They submitted the report in 2 times, like one is preliminary report when they said it will be provisional and will be submitted later on when these prisoners of war will be repatriated to Pakistan. So again, they established this commission and supplementary report was submitted in October 1974. However, it was made public only in 2000. It doesn't explicitly address the trauma of combatants and non-combatants. It can be inferred from the findings, recommendations, and conclusions. Chapter 2 of this report, supplementary report, is of special interest for us because of the theme of the paper and the conference, alleged atrocities committed by Pakistan Army. The report blames Awami League militants for initiating atrocities and sexual violence against Biharis, West Pakistanis, and pro-Pakistan Bengalis after the postponement of the March 3rd, 1971 National Assembly. They say Awami League initiated this, and then Pakistan Army went on 25th March. What they did was a response to this. Further, he tries to reduce the extent of this particular atrocities by saying that they were only trying to establish the federal government in that country. It acknowledges accusations against the Pakistani military. Yes, it has been fair to acknowledge that, yes, accusations against Pakistan military are accepted, including excessive force, targeting killings, and sexual violence against women. However, it downplays the figures and reluctantly accepts the killing of 26,000 personnel during this war, as given by the army headquarters of Pakistan Army, and around 100 rapes, he says. It's based on the British abortion team report, saying that they undertook abortion of 100 plus ladies, and that is the basis on which he says that it has taken. While government of Bangladesh says 3 million killings and 2 to 4 lakh rapes given by Bangladesh government. On March 25, 1970,
Sir, I think your video is paused.
4 lakhs rapes have taken place based on the Australian doctor who was there during that time for abortion time. He said he was supervising the abortions on industrial scale. So this contrast is a very important factor for us to consider. No, it's a fictional cinematic representation of this trauma, violence on non-combatants during 71 war is very beautifully fictionalized by Mrityunjay Devrat in his movie Children of War. Focuses on the suffering and resilience of women prisoners as well as the survival struggles of non-combatants without gender or age bias. Sarcasm intended. There is no gender or age bias in these sufferings. Central themes include rapes, killings, and mass movement of refugees, their challenges. The
Sir, your video is getting paused.
PPT.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Now you are.
Okay. There's some network issue. Sorry for the interference.
No issues.
Okay. So first story is he's a journalist, very intelligent person, Amar, and his wife Fida. They are a very good family, very well-established people, and he has his name. He believes in non-violent ways for independence. However, the situation turns in such a way that the army officer, a Pakistan army officer, barged into his house in the night. Then he kills the servant and then rapes his wife, Fida. And in front of him, that is the worst thing to happen. And then he's unconscious, and Fida joins army camp, Pakistan army camp, where the ladies of every age are kept as a prisoners there. They serve as a comfort women for the benefit of Pakistan armed forces personnel. It's a war. There's nothing. There's no law. There's no order. Then soldiers are ordered to kill women who cannot bear children, rape the women because they want to have patriotic children who will never ask for independence. Imagine the thought process and the way they, the corruption in the mind. The audience goes through it, and violence defining a war and a strong and convincing anti-war message before they leave the auditorium. This is a very beautiful movie, and it gives a very strong anti-war message. Able to change the slide.
Sir, we cannot see your slide.
Yeah, there's some problem here. I'll share this. 2 minutes, give me some time. Okay. Let me share the screen again. Thanks for patience, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's visible now.
Yes, sir. Now it is.
Okay, thanks. So now we come to comparing the fictional movie and non-fiction, very impacting, but and non-fictional report. Established that report was established. Sorry. So Children of War portrays the atrocities and human rights violations by Pakistan military in a very systematic manner. At the same time, the Hamdur Rahman Commission report attributes the initiation of this process by Mukti Wahini and for challenging the authority of Pakistan's federal government in their quest for independence. Now, it reduces the intensity of the crime, which is not acceptable. The commission justifies military violence as part of operation to restore federal authority, and that a discipline, however, he says, a disciplined army should limit violence to necessary actions without resorting to victimization. The film focuses on the trauma experienced by civilians, particularly women, and portrays the intensity of the war crimes. In contrast, the commission downplays rape allegations and insists on punishing the people because they have spoiled the reputation of Pakistani army, though it denies the widespread nature of sexual violence. Imagine government says, or Krishna Lamb says, 2 to 4 lakhs ladies were raped, 3 million people were killed, and contrasting to that, the commission says 26,000 people killed and almost 100 odd girls were raped. This is the difficulty. No country wants to accept because it will hurt their reputation. But reality bites are actually the biting things. The commission offers an understanding of accusations against the Pakistan army. However, viewers to experience the emotional and psychological trauma of war. Movies gives that. Both underscore the anti-war theme and that war cannot be a solution and differences should be resolved by alternative means. I, as a veteran air warrior, would like to support this because I have seen war cannot be a solution. Let this message spread to the people in authority that they should avoid as far as possible. War is not a solution. The comparison between Children of War and the Hamdur Commission report highlights differing perspectives on war. Children of War vividly portrays trauma, violence, and memories of civilian suffering and emphasizing the human cost of atrocities of war. Hamdur Rahman Commission report provides, because their purpose was different, a restrained methodological account of failures, military and political failures, offering limited insight to individual experiences. Together, they enrich our understanding. However, when we read this together or listen to this together and think on it, they will enrich our understanding of the 1917 war's legacy by contrasting emotional and psychological understanding. The film focuses on the emotional scars left on civilians, especially women, while the military account of war both highlight the catastrophic impact of war on societies and understanding of the consequences of war. Fictional narratives like Children of War evoke empathy by spotlighting marginalized voices and personal realities of war, while less emotional official reports, very formal report, provides critical records of account and failures and accountability of it. Both sources convey a powerful anti-war message, emphasizing war's profound human cost and the need for peace, justice, and accountability. I have finished, ma'am. I wish to express my sincere thanks to our keynote speaker, Dr. Milton Biswas, sir, Chair, Dr. Ajit Kumar, sir, and moderator, Ms. Roli Mishra, ma'am. Thank you very much for giving opportunity. I'm ready for any questions, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. It was probably a very good, insightful PPT, and definitely the topic was very less spoken of. And you coming as a veteran from the same field, it really added some personal touch and experience. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Do we have any question? Okay, I think there's no question, sir. So, sir, I'll ask you to stop sharing your screen.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
So you may stop sharing your screen. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your participation. Thank you. Now, here we have Shivani Kumari and Dr. Shilpi Gupta with us, and they are present here offline. So I request ma'am to please come up and begin with her presentation. She is from the state, Ms. Shivani Kumari and Dr. Shilpi Gupta. They are from the State University of New Jersey, USA, and Vellore Institute of Technology, India. Thank you. I invite ma'am. Yes, please. It's been there, ma'am. So now I welcome Shilpi ma'am for her presentation.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So this paper, Unearthing Trauma, Memory, Silence, and Healing Through the Gendered Voice in Alice Zeniter's L'Art de Perder, Art of Losing, is actually prepared by Shivani Kumari from Rutgers University, New Jersey, and me, Dr. Shilpi Gupta, and I'm working in Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore, India. That's in Tamil Nadu. And today we will talk about trauma, memory, silence, and healing as well. So I'll just start. So this novel, I'll start with the French colonization. So French colonization, as we all know, the colonization, it has left deep-seated trauma in Algeria, aggravated by scandalous incidents often overlooked in mainstream French media and literature. Central to this legacy is the unresolved question of hierarchy. So what is this hierarchy? Hierarchy formed within this violent colonial history. Hierarchies were Algerians, also called Algerians who collaborated with the French during the Algerian War of Independence. Thus, they were called collabs, traitors, and opportunists, anti-nationals. And it became the reason for their exclusion at the end of the war and drove them out of Algeria. And since then, the question of hierarchy has remained just a taboo. So our paper studies Alice Zeniter's novel, L'Art de Perder, The Art of Losing, published in France, boldly confronts transgenerational silence of an Algerian family carried since the 1960s from Algeria, revealing secretly kept traumas. So we are talking about the novel Art de Perder, and in that, the protagonist's grandfather who crosses the border, and he is actually the Harki, the one who is called as the traitor, left Algeria in 1962 along with his wife and son. So the paper examines how Algeria becomes the site of memory for these people who are called as Harkis. And the paper also studies how the protagonist, after a long silence, she breaks that silence of history, which has labeled them as Harkis. So in this paper, we will talk about the significance of silence, which is carried out in the family for a long time. So first is silence, which is rejecting self and rejecting history. So we have seen in the novel that whenever the character is asking any question to his father, that were you forced to leave for collaborating with the French? Then his father, he is not able to answer to his son. So for him, actually, history manifests destructive force from colonization till the War of Independence. His whole life in Algeria stands for the history of violence, where he actually witnessed killings of Algerians by colonizers and their own fellow Algerians. So his memory about his land, Algerian land, it only carries violence, injustice, and shame. So therefore, he rejects all the topic. No, he rejects all the topics or all the questions coming from his son regarding his history or his self or his history, which relates to his past identity. So then we come to this next point, which is trauma caused by silence or silence caused by trauma. So in this novel, we also see that silence is built in the family. It is not only carried by the head of the family, but also it is generational. It is built in the whole family. This process turns out to be traumatic in the form of sleepless nights, hallucinations, etc. So the son of the first border crosser, he actually he gets traumas, he gets nightmares at night, and he carries that trauma since his childhood. He carries the trauma of the camps where he lived, and while leaving the country, while leaving Algeria. So we see that the character, he also falls sick, and then he keeps on screaming, he keeps on talking about his past life, which is not clear, which is not clearly said to the other family members. So trauma as such is actually multi-generational. Trauma is multi-generational. It is cumulative over time. It extends beyond a single person's lifespan. The trauma response constitutes a constellation of features in reaction to multi-generational, collective, historical, and cumulative psych wounding over time, both over one lifespan and across generations. But we also see in the novel healing. So in this novel, we also go through the process of healing. The granddaughter of Ali, the border crosser, she is a female member of the family, and she becomes the first one to talk about her lost country in public. She becomes the voice not given to her previous generation of women. She fulfills her grandmother's wish by bringing her story, her photographs, and small gifts. Actually, Naima, the character, she went back to her country, Algeria, and then she sees that the image of Algeria is static in her grandmother's memory. Although the house and the people are same, but color and age change with time and return becomes impossible. And that's what Avtar Bra she writes about homeland. Homeland as the origin is an essential term is only a myth where it is not possible to return because it does not exist anymore. Homeland which is left was a different place years ago or months ago, and it does not remain the same. It could be possible to visit the geographical territory that looks like the origin. So here the same thing happens. The character, she can visit Algeria physically, but mentally and emotionally, she will be looking for everything she has lost for a long time and will never be able to find it. The new Algeria disappoints her completely because the transformed, modernized infrastructure does not fit her grandmother's memory. Nonetheless, she returns with something else that allows her family to shed tears, to reconnect with, look back at their lost homeland once more, but not to be the last time. That's all. I don't want to extend a lot the paper, so I just wanted to give the gist of the paper. Thank you so much. Should I stop sharing? I'll mute myself.
Okay, the house is open for questions. Any questions? Audience present here or anybody online? Any question?
Yeah. Basically about actually, this paper is about identity, basically. In French colonization, there were a group of people who actually supported French. No, in their own country, they are not supporting their own country, the revolution that time or the war of independence. They are supporting the rivals there, opposition, right? So French. So that time in the country, they were not like they after the independence, they had to leave the country. So they went to France, and they are called not now. From then they are called as Harkis. So Harkis is a taboo for them, and that's the reason they are not ready to go back to their country. But still, there is a nostalgia. There is actually a homesickness, no, which people are carrying there while living in France. So that silence they keep on, they carry on because they don't want to share. They don't want to talk about that because this again the question of traitors called as harpies will come out and they will be questioned. No? So that's why they keep on hiding their identity. They keep on hiding their history, their self. So that is about their identity and yes, yes, actually it is about finding their revisiting their history in order to find their identity. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mayank, for your question, and thank you, ma'am, for a smooth explanation. He's our BA first. Okay, so moving forward, now I invite Shelsia R and Dr. Lavanya S from Krishnamal College for Women, Coimbatore.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. I'll present my screen.
Sure. Do we have Shalsia or and Dr. Lavanya?
Can you hear me, ma'am? I'm here.
Ma'am, I request you to please unmute yourself.
We can hear, ma'am. Can hear Sri Shalya.
Can you hear me, ma'am? I'm here actually.
Miss Celsia R and Dr. Lavanya, please unmute yourself. You may share your screen.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Ma'am, I can see you. You have joined, but we cannot hear anything. You need to unmute yourself.
Can you
After
hear
this, we
me?
shall take a puja ghosh.
Can you hear me now? Ma'am, I think you're having some problem. Others are all here, can hear me.
We can
They're
hear
all
Sri.
texting in the
Yeah.
chat box.
Yes, we can hear Shalsia.
Oh, okay, so then shall I continue to present then?
Yes, Miss Shelshia, we can now hear you.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Celsia R, research scholar from PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. The title of my paper is A Tapestry of Voices, Unearthing the Intersectional Identities in Burma's Curricle. To talk about Burma, Faustina Mary Fatima Rani, she was born in the year 1958 and she was a prominent Indian Tamil writer, best known for her works highlighting the oppression of Dalits, particularly Dalit women. She was born in Puduperthi, a small village in Tamil Nadu, and she was raised as in a Roman Catholic family. Her writings have significantly contributed to Dalit literature and raised awareness about the systematic discrimination faced by marginalized communities in India. Her debut work is Karikar. It is a seminal autobiographical novel that dwells into her experiences as a Dalit woman in a deeply casteist society. And this title, Karika, it refers to the serrated leaves of the palmyra tree, which symbolizes the sharp edges of pain and suffering. And even she has won Tamil Nadu Literary Award for Karika. She has been discriminated from a very young age, and she felt gaining education is the way of hope and development. And in this paper, I focused on the theory of intersectionality by Kimberly Crenshaw. This theory of intersectionality, it was coined by Kimberly in the year 1989, and it refers to the ways different systems of oppression, discrimination, or disadvantages, such as racism or sexism or classism, etc., they intersect and overlap in the experiences of the marginalized individuals or groups. And this concept is masterfully illustrated in Bama's Karika, a Dalit woman who writes of a life journey marked by multiple layers of oppression, caste, and gender, and her experiences reflect Crenshaw's insights, revealing the complexities faced by those who navigate multiple marginalities. So let us consider one of Burma's key reflections from the novel. I quote, "Because we are born in a low caste, we are stripped of all, and this is rightfully ours. They degrade us so much so that we don't even feel like human beings. And when we are constantly being pushed back, we begin to fall behind in everything." This particular quote, it speaks not only the caste-based discrimination, but also resonates with the intersectional framework. The degradation Burma speaks of is not only about being Dalit, but also about the societal expectation placed on her as a woman. And the intersection of caste and gender, they create a unique form of oppression, compounding her struggles. In if we talk about Crenshaw's term, Burma's experience cannot be fully understood by looking at the caste or gender separately. It is an interaction of these identities that shape her social reality. And the novel, it goes further to highlight how religion also plays an additional role in the oppression. She was raised as a Roman Catholic. So, being a Dalit Christian, she faces discrimination from within a church. Church is supposed to be a place, a space of equality, and this reflects another layer of complexity. As religion is often seen as a path of redemption, it becomes a source of alienation. She even writes in the novel, I quote, even the priests and nuns who came to the convent school seemed to see us as different, as lower because of our caste. I unquote. And this scenario mirrors what Crenshaw describes as structural intersectionality, the ways in which institutions fail to address the intersecting identities of individuals. And in Crenshaw's framework, there is also another idea of political intersectionality. Political intersectionality is how different systems of oppression must be addressed simultaneously in political discourse. Bama's writing echoes this, especially in the way she critiques not only the dominant caste system but also the patriarchy that governs her society. Bama, she directly speaks to the heart of Crenshaw's theory. It is not enough to fight for Dalit rights without addressing the gender oppression that Dalit women, especially women, they face. Likewise, feminist struggles cannot succeed if they do not account for a caste-based discrimination. Bama, through her words, challenges us to see the inseparable nature of caste and gender oppression, just as Crenshaw challenges us to recognize the intersections of race and gender in the context of Black women in America. To quote Bama once again, I quote, there is a lot of talk about equality, but the truth is that it is the upper castes who have authority over everything, I unquote. This particular quote, it emphasizes how the facade of equality, whether through religion or education or even societal rhetoric, they fail to penetrate the deeply entrenched system of caste, gender, and class. And these systems operate together to marginalize individuals like Bama. In conclusion, I would tell Crenshaw's intersectionality is not merely a theoretical lens, but a lived reality for people like Bama. And the intersection of caste and gender and religion in Karaku, it provides a compelling narrative of how oppressions interlock, creating unique struggles that cannot be understood through a single framework of analysis. I would like to conclude by saying that Crenshaw and Bama remind us that any fight for justice must take into account the complexity of human identity and the movement for liberation and of all oppression, whether of caste, race, gender, or class. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Celsia. This was indeed a very fresh presentation and a very fresh outlook on intersectionality along with Dalit literature. This has always been since ages, but it was a very nice and very profound presentation on the same. We are
Thank you.
delighted to have you. Thank you so much. Now, shall we proceed to Ms. Pooja Ghosh from Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Kolkata. Ms. Pooja Ghosh, do we have you?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, you may share your screen and begin with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, your screen is visible. And after Pooja
Okay, thank you
Ghosh,
for confirming.
we shall take up Meenakshi J. Sahu. Ms. Meenakshi J. Sahu, please be ready with your PPT. Yes, Pooja, you may continue. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pooja Ghosh, a Junior Research Fellow in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences in the Institute of Engineering Science and Technology. Uh, I am going to present my paper titled as Archiving the Intersection of Memory and Feminism in Care, Mirror, and Women. So in this paper, I tried to deal with the primary text that is here mirrors hang woman, and I have deal with one primary research question that is how mirrors archiving of feminist memories highlights the significance of women's memories in reshaping the female consciousness of past in this novel. So I like to begin with a little introduction to the theoretical framework of my paper. Since the colonial era in India, there has been a heightened tension with the representation of the social status of Indian women in the minds of both the colonizer as well as in the minds of colonized Indian men or politicians. So, the status of women became a distinguished marker to measure the capacity of the colonized for attaining freedom from the bondage of European colonizations, the European colonizers tried their best to portray the pathetic condition of women in the erstwhile India to betray Indians from freedom and to mark Indian society as one of the uncivilized and barbaric nations. So, Uma Chakrabarti argues that one of the most important indices of a civilization was the position that women occupied in it. So, at this point, Indian nationalist leaders cited examples of legendary women folk from various Sanskrit texts of the Vedic era, and these nationalists working with India's past women has been criticized by Kumkum Roy as a narrow nationalist framework due to the Indian scholars' obsessions with Vedic past in providing with heightened national pride that the condition of women in the Vedic age was better than that of the women in other primitive communities in ancient Greece. So, this kind of national memory of Vedic women has been criticized by feminist scholars as the patriarchal scholars had omitted the strong reference point of disagreement between the Vedic women and the patriarchal figures of that time, and cited these women without mentioning their figure with patriarchal authority of the Vedic era. So, on the other hand, the European scholars who were working in the interest of the colonizers had nullified the real existence of these women in part by taking these memorial biographies as literary representations without any reality. So, this has been done due to the clash of ego of the European scholars who are apt to start the history of culture and democracy from the Greek period of civilization. So, in this venture, Indian feminists of the post-colonial era have been active to nullify the patriarchal nationalist memory of Vedic women as well as to refute the Orientalist view of the European scholars on Indian women. So this agenda has incorporated the memory of not only Vedic women but also of some post-Vedic women. This has been deliberately done to change the patriarchal undertoning that has been going on in the nationalist in the memory of the Vedic women that has been cited by the nationalist leaders in the colonial period. So coming to the discussion of my primary text, here, Mira's Hangwoman is one such novel of the post-colonial era, influenced with feminist memory of various women ranging from the Vedic period to the colonial era. And this novel can be considered as a kind of feminist archiving of various memorial biographies of historical women whose potentiality has been distorted by the patriarchal working on the historical memory of these women. And this novel also hints at the difficult transmission of feminist memory in a patriarchal nation such as India because these memories indicate towards the patriarchal tension about the potentiality of past women for women. So while coming to the analysis part, I like to go one by one. The stories or the memories of past historical women. So coming to the memory of Khona, Mira archives the life of Khona, who was a poet and as well as an astrologer in the period of King Chandra Gupta Vikramaditya. The commemoration of Khona, is a strong memorial reference in the context of patriarchal society of ancient India. And these memory of Khona has a strong reference to Gargi, who was a Vedic scholar. So Khona's history indicates the fact that her husband and her father-in-law felt emasculated when she arose as an astrologer and scholar better than them. So, Khona's memory obviously, refers to Gargi, who, as the Vedic scholar, who dared to challenge the knowledge of Jasnavalkya in a scholarly conference in the court of King Janaka. So just as Kona is silenced by Boraha and Mihira, similarly Gargi had been threatened to be silent. So the nationalist leaders never mentioned Kona in their defense on the issue of women's status in pre-colonial India, and twisted the story of Gargi because the story of or the memory of Gargi has its potentiality to subvert the power of the patriarchal figures. When coming to the memory of Nawab Chaudhurani, the memorial commemoration of Nawab Faizunnisa Chaudhuri is an emphatic resistance against the androcentric uh, tradition of royal ancestry. So Faizunnisa Chaudhurani is narrated by Kyarmira as the woman with strong masculine inclination towards power, as she claimed the title of Nawab from Queen Victoria and declined the title of Begum. So, this memory of Chaudhrani has a strong reference to Rajia Sultan or Sultan Rajia. Who was a sultan and ruled Delhi from 1236 to 1240. And the novelist represents Rajia Sultan through the character of Chaudhrani by situating her rule in the time of Queen Victoria to argue that India did have the memory of a historical woman who was, keenly aware about the power politics of patriarchy in that erstwhile society. And just like Queen Victoria and Queen Elizabeth, who ruled England, Rajia Sultan was not like that them, because she liked to rule the kingdom like a king, not like a queen. Now, while coming to the feminist memory of spiritual Buddhist nun, Annapurna, the patriarchal society, is a blockage in the aspiration of a woman, even in the path of spiritual aspiration, we can say that. And in that context, the memory of Annapurna is emphatic because, the patriarchy popularizes a proverb that Buddha had not permitted women or Buddha excluded women from spiritual progress. And the commemoration of Annapurna is representative of Sulava, who was a Buddhist nun in the Vedic period. And Sulava's debate with the king Janaka was considered, the king was considered as the chief patriarchal figure in the state, was consciously and strategically omitted from the patriarchal memory of the nationalists due to its power of subversion of the authoritative figures by a woman. And the spiritual journey of Annapurna, we can say, or that of Sulava, actually proves that the Indian ancient women had participated in religious activities just as the Western missionaries who had participated in Christian religion, or in spreading the religion as missionaries in the colonized countries such as in colonial India. Now, while coming to the memory of Pingalakeshini, or who is also known by the other name Tripura Sundari, here we see that the professional domain, especially the profession of execution, is well crafted for men's masculine behavior. To enter in such a profession, a woman needs to have a strong sense of consciousness as well as a physical power to subvert the stereotypical notions of feminine and masculine notions that is prevalent in a patriarchal society. So, the commemoration of Pingalakesini is one such memory which is considered in a typically patriarchal society as as a type of memory which distorts the existing power mechanism of gender. And obviously, this memory bears strong referential point to other existing Western hangwomen who are very much popular in the Western folklore. So, in the memory of Pingala Kesini people memory, distorts the Western or the Orientalist view towards the Indian society, and because they think that India cannot have a masculine woman who can execute the convicts. And here coming to the empowerment of post-colonial woman, who is Chetna in this novel, who is also the female protagonist. We can see that Chetna as the female protagonist of the novel gets inspired from the feminist memories of historical women in India. And Chetna understands the difference between hangman's daughter and the hangwoman, as he understands the difference between a begum and a nawab. So, by inspired from the memories of Pingala Kisini, Nawab Chaudhrani, Annapurna and Khona, she understands the importance of self-made identity of a woman. So while coming to the conclusion part, I like to say that the nuanced process of feminist archiving is not an apolitical and innocent act in the context of patriarchal society, or in the context of post-colonial India. Because it has its dual goal to politicize women's historical memory, which is on the edge of being erased by the patriarchal male in India, and to turn down the Oriental gaze on Indian women that has been, perpetuated by the Western scholars. So here, Meera, as the novelist, portrays various women not only from Vedic age but also from Vedic to the colonial era, to show that fictional archiving of women's memorial may have a political achievement. So thank you everyone for your attention. Uh, Thank you. I've finished my presentation, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Pooja, ma'am. It was indeed a very nice presentation and a very nice collaboration of memory with K.R. Meera's Hangwoman. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you. Now we shall take up Meenakshi J. Sahu.
Hello,
Do we
ma'am.
have Meenakshi J. Sahu? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Meenakshi, ma'am, may you please share your screen and begin your presentation. Followed by Meenakshi J. Sahu, we shall have Ankita Kumari from Ranchi University, Jharkhand.
Ma'am,
Yes,
am I
Meenakshi, ma'am,
audible?
your PPT is visible, your screen is visible.
Am
You
I
may begin
audible,
with
ma'am?
your presentation.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Meenakshi J. Sahu, research scholar, GIT University, Gunupur. And today I am going to present my paper entitled Class Conflict in Lorraine Hansberry's The Sign in Sydney Brewston's Window. So many of us are familiar with Hansberry's earlier work, A Raisin in the Sun, which dealt with race and class within a Black family in Chicago. However, The Sign in Sydney Brewston's Window shifts the focus to a largely white intellectual community where class conflict becomes a central theme. The paper is part of the broader conversation on gender studies and intersectionality, focusing on how class and gender dynamics intersect with political and social policies. In this presentation, I will explore how Hansberry portrays a class tension through the characters and their struggles, and how these tensions reflect larger social dynamics of the 1960s. The Sign in Sydney Brewston's Window is the second and last staged play by playwright Lorraine Hansberry, who is renowned for her plays that delve into pressing social issues. Premiered on 15th October 1964, the play received mixed reviews. It was notoriously hailed as the play of ideas. The play is set against the vibrant backdrop of 1960s Greenwich Village. It focuses on the protagonist, Sydney Brewston, a disillusioned intellectual, and his wife Iris, who is an aspiring actress, as they navigate their personal struggles and ambitions within a politically charged environment. The conflicts and dialogues between characters from diverse socioeconomic backgrounds provide a rich tapestry for exploring themes of class division, privilege, and the quest for social justice. Class conflict is a recurring theme in literature, and it is often examined through the lens of Marxist theory. Hansberry critiques the intellectual class's detachment from the struggles of the working class and lower classes, and how gender and racial dynamics influence the characters' experiences with class mobility. The objective here is to examine these intersectionalities and contribute to the scholarship on Hansberry's works. So the main discussions of this paper are class conflict, intersection of class and identity, critique of the intellectual class, interplay of race and class, illusion of class mobility, gender and class dynamics. The key conflict revolves around Sydney's interaction with those from different social classes. For instance, Sydney's wife, Iris, who is from a lower middle class background, and she aspires to break into the upper class world of theatre. Sydney, however, remains skeptical of her ambitions, as seen in his line, I quote, "They will never let you into their club, Iris, don't you know? You will always be the girl from Pittsburgh who doesn't fit in." This moment encapsulates his disdain for the elitism Iris seeks to enter, but also his awareness of the barriers to class mobility. As the play progresses, Iris and Sydney's relationship becomes a battleground for their conflicting views on success and identity. Iris seeks a career in acting to elevate her status, while Sydney rejects traditional measures of success. Sydney tells Iris, I quote from the play, "I have no illusions about what success is in this world. It's a joke played on the gullible." End quote. His cynicism reflects the intellectual class's disillusionment with capitalism, even as they remain beneficiaries of the system. Hansberry skillfully portrays how class shapes identity. Sydney's identity is rooted in his intellectualism, but this very privilege distances him from the realities of the working class. His disillusionment leads to an internal conflict. He wants to inspire change, but his own class privilege binds him to the struggle of those he claims to champion. In conclusion, the sign offers a rich exploration of class conflict, particularly through the lens of the intellectual elite and the working class. The sign critiques the failures to connect with the working class struggles, and here Hansberry interweaves class, race, and gender to offer a rich intersectional critique of the mid-20th century America. Through nuanced portrayal of characters like Sidney Brewston, Alston Scales, and Welly O'Hara, the play delves into the complexities of economic disparity, racial justice, injustice, and political corruption. The play remains a powerful commentary on the intersections of class, gender, and race, shedding light on the broader systemic issues that continue to shape our society today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meenakshi, for a very insightful presentation. And it was really very interesting. Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I request Ms. Ankita Kumari from Ranchi University to please present her paper. And Ms. Meenakshi, you may stop sharing your screen. Do we have Ms. Ankita Kumari?
Good afternoon. A very good afternoon to Chair Dr. Ajit Kumar, Moderator Ms. Mishra, and fellow presenters. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, Ms. Ankita Kumari. Well, before we start, I would like to take a moment to welcome one of my alumni, my senior from college, Ms. Ankita Kumari from Ranchi University. Welcome, Ankita Di, to GSDP 2024.
The pleasure is all mine, Ms. Mishra. My topic is absence of Tawayufs in Madhubani paintings, an intersectional study of the two matriarchal traditions in Bihar. Taking Bihar as the backdrop, I will talk about the challenges that still persist in achieving gender equality. Let me start by giving an introduction. The rich cultural heritage of Bihar has been embellished by both Maithil artists and Tawayufs. Before the present-day Patna came, Azimabad after the Aurangzeb grandson Azim Shan. So Azimabad was named after Aurangzeb's grandson Azim Shan. The city, reveling in pomp and splendor, gives a peep into the luxuriant Patna with two art forms, the dance and music of courtesans and the bright paintings on the walls of mud houses. Now the question arises, why does the former's art thrive and the latter's art forgotten? Can a Maithil art adorn the walls of a kotha? This question we ask through this study. Now, before coming to the discussion, the rich cultural heritage of Bihar has been embellished by both Maithil artists. These two artists have their respective art, although distinct in their styles, are born out of and continued by women. Carried forward through several generations, the present study will look into that.
Ankita Di, may I just ask you to just stop for a second? We have a power disruption.
Okay.
Yeah, you may continue now. Yeah, it's back online. Yes.
Okay, so carried forward through several generations, the present study will look at the depiction of unassuming femininity in Madhubani paintings in stark contrast to the unabashed femininity of the Vayavs. Madhubani painting was born within a patriarchal setup. As we see, I have pointed out the differences between a courtesan and a Madhubani artist. So courtesans in the bordellos, known as kothas, were recognized with pulsating dance and music, whereas the Madhubani artists were shy and confined to the bright paintings on the walls of the mud houses. The matriarchal tradition was not, courtesans' art was not within the walls of the patriarchy, while the Madhubani artists thrived within patriarchy. Next, the Saeed Badruddin's memoir, Hakikat Bhi Kahani Bhi, Azimabad Ki Tehzeebi Dastan, writes about courtesans like Bari Kanis, Muhammad Bandi, B. Ramju, Zohrabai, among others, and it also talks about the Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb, pointing to the fact that the courtesan's art was secular in nature, unlike the Madhubani artists who drew themes from religion and mythology. Another writer, Gajendra Narayan Singh, in Bihar Ki Sangeet Parampara, lauded Zohrabai's Thumri and Dadra and also her hold over Hori, Kajri, and Chaiti. The other works which have taken Bihar as a backdrop are Sabha Diwan's Tawayaf Nama, which talks about courtesan Dharman Bibi and Kunwar Singh, and the setting is Bhabua. And next is Pandey Kapil's Phul Sunghi, which has characters Dhela Bai and Mahindra Misir, inspired from real life and has its setting Chhapra. Now, let's come to the Madhubani paintings. Madhubani paintings became a center of commerce only recently, with its major center being in Jivatpur and Ranti. The theme of Madhubani paintings was ritual and mythology drawn from Hinduism. Settings were mud walls or the floor of the house using natural colors to draw Aripan. The 5 styles in Madhubani paintings are Bharni, Kachni, Tantrik, Godhana, and Kohbar. The popular names in Madhubani paintings are Sita Devi, Ganga Devi, Shanti Devi, Baua Devi, among others. Next, coming to the analysis, we'll talk about intersectionality, which was coined by Kimberly Crenshaw in 1989. Why intersectionality is here as a frame of reference? Because we are talking about the two matriarchal tradition, one which is thriving, that is the Madhubani paintings, and the other, that is the courtesan tradition, which has come to ruination. So the aim is to compare and contrast the two matriarchal traditions, the discrimination and privileges, and the advantage and the disadvantages faced by the two traditions. Practiced by women in Parda, it weaves symbol from mythology and rituals sacred to Hinduism. An intersectional study comes into picture in not only studying the women in these two matriarchal traditions, but also studying the varying nature of styles in Madhubani paintings when practiced by Dalit women. In the 1960s and 70s, the themes in Madhubani paintings got internalized and contemporary subjects became prevalent. Next, we are drawing a demarcation between the courtesans and Mithila artists. Courtesans, the appellation were used as Baiji, while Mithila artists were called by Sushri. They had agency over their bodies, the courtesans, but Mithila artists within Parda had no agency over their bodies. The courtesan's art was a taboo, while a Mithila artist's art received national and international acclaim, including the geographical indication tag. Next, the courtesan's sexuality was subjected to male gaze, while the theme of sexuality in Mithila artists was considered to be pious and clean. Courtesans had no social identity, while Mithila artists had social identity. The setting for courtesans was a kotha, while for Mithila artists, the setting was a mud wall. Courtesans' art flouts patriarchy, while a Mithila artist's art is born out of patriarchy. Continuing with the analysis, among the Madhubani artists is the difference in the depiction of themes within the social hierarchy. Bharni and Tantric is practiced by upper caste women focused on religious themes. Gods and goddesses belong to their territory. The caste dominant drew inspiration from gods and goddesses, while the lower castes drew inspiration from daily rituals. It indicates the rigid practices within the caste system. To conclude, women have been leading servile lives within the four walls with no agency over their body. Sexuality is a matter of strict regulation. As art has no boundaries, one can hope to transcend the boundaries in rekindling the lost world of courtesans through Mithila art. The feminist depictions in Mithila art with Rani Jha and Pushpa Kumari is a start in laying the foundations of undisguised reality. Thus, through this study, one can hope in initiating a fresh dialogue in reinstating the art of courtesans and reimagining the lives of women in Parda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ankita Kumari. This indeed was a very well-researched paper, and a very good insight has been transferred regarding the differences between the paintings and between the courtesans and the Mithila artists. Thank you. Now, we move further to Swarna Mukhi from Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Ma'am, do we have you, Ms. Swarna Mukhi?
Yes, ma'am, just a minute, I'll start my PPT.
Ma'am, your voice is not very clear.
Ma'am, am I audible now?
Ma'am, your voice is echoing actually.
Oh, okay, ma'am, is it audible right now? Because I'm not sure the connectivity. Is it clear right now?
A little better, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So can you start the presentation?
Ma'am, your voice is echoing. I think some other mic is also available at the same time. So if you can just mute the other mic.
No, no, I'm just using the headphones. I don't know about the other mic. This is the first time I'm doing it.
Okay, okay, okay. Now I think it is better. So yes, ma'am, we can see your screen. Your screen is visible. You may begin with your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, thank you so much. We'll have to put this in the full screen. Huh? Is the entire screen is visible?
No, ma'am, we can see the, you know, the one in the PPT. So you need to go up and you need to press that slide. Yeah, the next one, the presentation button. Just above insert, I for insert.
Okay.
Yeah, next. No, ma'am. Up.
Okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, now entire screen is visible.
My paper will be deconstructing the gender theory and patriarchal oppression with the personal liberty in the selected novels of Anita Nair. So in the paper, we'll be discussing about Anita Nair and her key aspects of the novel, as well as the abstract keywords, instruction, and deconstruction of female liberty in cutting like wood, and patriarchal oppression in eating grass, and finally the conclusion. So my author, the chosen author is Anita Nair, and she is born in Kerala. She is educated in Chennai, and she is well-renowned author by writing the Ladies Pulpit, and she has written around 19 books. So why I particularly choose Anita Nair is about for her inner feeling and strong, independent, approachable. So she portrays the struggle and dream of women with a diverse background. So she is not just concentrating on the vivid picture, and she just do everything in the variety of the female characters. So I basically talk about the gender identity, patriarchal oppression, and personal liberation on how those novel criticize. So in the major novel of Cut Like Home, it is portrayed in the social norm where patriarchal constraint comes under the result leading dominant culture. So it also has the intersectionality of identity and current gender issue, which finally covers. Whereas in my second novel, The Eating Glass tries to highlight both internal and external conflict among the female characters with personal revelation they have to them. So finally, the relations and strength of female characters. Some of the women characters they can overcome the situation which they have, and some struggle with the hierarchy, which they are unable to come up from. So the gender issue and women's concentrate. So right now, in the women's society of Dravidian families, always constructed to the marital system. So according to us, marital system is nothing but blending of two souls that has been slowly turned into a tool for men who started harassing us. So that own will consist of the women-female study startup to the proper recognition for the women through the respecting of female society. So basically, women we are born storytelling. So we don't know where to express the self. So thus Anita Nair, known Indian author, recognized for renowned works. So though she is born in Kerala, as I said, she is educated in Chennai. She travels all the subparts of Chennai and Kerala too. So her writing is among both the culturalistic. So the conventional symbol of purity connected to Indian women was the first thing. The first and foremost aim of the study to finding out how female characters has been protest from the personal liberty. So tradition binding aspect of individual. The concept living together and failed matrimony marriage of Urmila in the novel Cut Like Home is going to bind as individual. Though she is a woman, she has this marital life with Gauda. So both are a drunken person, where she is utilized as a failure person. So now it shows that marital life of Urmila seemed to be disappointing, and she informs Gauda about her husband, and he misuses her. Though Gauda has a family, he doesn't want to notice to his wife Mamta. So this is what they are being to be the object of living together. Whereas in the patriarchal oppression, so in the novel called Eating Grass, we have three different categories of women who faces various patriarchal oppression. The first character is Sri Lakshmi, who suicide herself because she cannot into a fanatical society, which is dealing with her in the Rasa. The second character, Nechama, is a brave girl who identifies herself, even though she was into an acid attack by a male, and she doesn't regret that he has been attacked. She is very brave, and she identified herself and started doing all other things. Whereas the fourth character, Brinda, a badminton player, come against the violence against women from the violence. So she is getting the words like she is not into a good woman, she is not into a near to her life, her body structure is not fit. So she herself unable to identify herself, and she is leaving her career to fit into the society. Here, the women she herself getting into it. So my conclusion is about most of the novel's female characters experience an intermediate stage position that as a person in the quest of identity who bound across boundless hindrance. And she also studies try to understand the struggle in dominant relations and their fights to approach. So also rising the woman to be the ordinary character to the despecting and fighting yes. So these are my reference and thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And definitely when we discuss novelists like Anita Nair, nothing goes, it means we have always ample to say about Anita Nair. Thank you so much. Now I request Aisha Khan and Dr. Manjari Vaidya from Amity University, Mumbai, Maharashtra to present their paper. Aisha Khan and Dr. Manjari Vaidya.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible. You can see your screen. And yes, after this, we shall have Antara Singh from Presidency University, Bangalore. So, Miss Antara, please be ready with your presentation after this. And yes, Miss Aisha and Dr. Manjari Vaidya, you may present your paper.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Aisha Khan, research from Amity School of Language, Amity University, Maharashtra. Here I am to present my paper entitled as Exploring Patriarchy in Murakami's novel Kafka on the Shore and Norwegian Wood through the lens of deconstruction, which explains how Murakami in his work used the method of deconstruction to challenge the patriarchal ideologies by analyzing symbolic imagery, broken storytelling, and narrative devices. Murakami provides a space where characters can face and conquer the norms imposed on them by patriarchal society through reducing the gap between fantasy and reality. Starting with introduction, deconstruction in narration. So when we talk about deconstruction, the concept which come to our mind is a challenging traditional notion which talk about meaning and interpretation within the text, which reveals the underlying contradictions in languages. And as for patriarchy, it's a social system where men hold primary power and dominate roles in the various parts of the society. Haruki Murakami, the contemporary Japanese writer, has woven these two concepts in his work, which I am going to explain today with reference to Norwegian Wood and Kafka on the Shore. Moving to patriarchy and deconstruction, we see that Murakami in his Kafka on the Shore has depicted a world where patriarchal values are clearly evident and challenged. As novel go along with the journey of protagonist Kafka Tamura's escape from his house.
Just now the presentation got over, ma'am. Thank you so much.
From his house at the age of 15 due to his father's rigid nature and audible curse on him. His journey represents the dominance and overpower of his father on this island. Wherein Norwegian Wood, patriarchy of 1960s Japanese society has been portrayed, where only few peoples are questioning and rebelling on the traditional gender roles, and other minority and majority are still trapped in this circle of gender role and societal norms. Struggle in life of female characters like Naoko and Maidiri reflects the pressure of patriarchy on them. Along with these, we find the deconstruction can be seen in both the novels through the narrative technique and complexions of relations. Our next point is representation of patriarchal structures. In Kafka on the Shore, Kafka's father Koichi Tamura reflects the character of authoritarian patriarchy through his manipulative and controlling personality, which leave his son with a deep psychological scar for a lifetime. He says, I quote, "My father is a famous sculptor, and he has always been a very controlling person. He has always tried to shape me into what he wants me to be." Unquote. Along with Kafka, other characters of novel, for example, Miss Psyche, a female character, and Oshima, the transgender character, also suffer due to patriarchal structures, as Miss Psyche was haunted by her past and lost of her lover, who was killed by none other than but her father. On the other hand, Oshima challenges the traditional gender role as his existence itself defies the binary gender expectations imposed by the society. In Norwegian Woods, the molded relationship of Toru Watanabe, the male protagonist, with female characters Naoko and Maidari are a result of expectations of society and the gender norms made by them. As Naoko faced the mental trauma after losing her boyfriend, leading her to sanatorium, while Maidari, on the other hand, challenges the traditional gender roles by saying, I quote, I'm not going to be anybody's wife or mother. I'm going to be me, unquote. Moving ahead to female characters and patriarchal constraints. Murakami, in both of his novels, portrayed the power dynamics of patriarchy on female characters, as in Kafka on the Shore, Miss Seiki represents the tragic figure whose life has been affected by the norms of the society. Kafka's mother, whose presence was only through his imagination, was failed by the patriarchal society, and as a result of her unfulfilled desires from her husband's behalf, she became helpless. So much so that she took a very difficult decision to abandon her kids. In Norwegian Woods, the character of Naoko is presented as a personality stuck between personal trauma and societal pressure, which ultimately lead her to sanatorium. When we talk about the male protagonist and patriarchal influence, we'll see that patriarchy has not only influenced female characters in a negative way, but male characters also. It is evident from Kafka's escape from his own home because of his father's abuse and pressure, which put a big question mark on the masculinity of his father and familial duty of his mother. Whereas in Norwegian Wood, Toro's relationship with Naoko explores the patriarchal influence as Naoko struggles with her mental illness and her retreat towards sanatorium, and Toro's helplessness show the insanity and inability of the patriarchal society to understand the issues of female, while his relationship with other character, Maidari, put him in his own insecurities, which reflect the tension between them. In conclusion, I say that Murakami, through his dual narrative technique, fragmented narrations, and lives, had provided a dismantle of patriarchal ideologies, which reveals their influence on societal information. He also explained the impact of patriarchy negatively, not only in the life of females, but males also, which we as a society never considered or identified as the other side of the coin. Thank you for your patience listening. Have a nice day ahead.
Yes, Aisha.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
And it was indeed a very nice presentation on Murakami's novel. And your idea with this, deconstruction was very, very refreshing, actually.
Thank you
for
so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your
Thanks.
kind words.
Yes, thank you so much. Now, as we proceed, we move to Antara Singh.
Yes, ma'am. Just a second, I'll share my presentation.
Yes, we have Antara Singh from Presidency University. Miss Antara, you can share your screen and start with your presentation. Yes, Miss Antara, are you sharing your screen? Yes, now we have your screen. You may start with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, everyone. My name is Antara Singh. Ma'am, am I audible? Am I clear?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. So I'm a research scholar from Presidency University. I'm doing my PhD currently under Dr. Ramaman, Professor, Department of Languages. The title of my research paper that I'm presenting today is Challenging Stereotypes, Intersection of Gender and Disability in Children's Literature, where I have picked up a novel by Dusty Darling. The title is Insignificant Events in the Life of Cactus. So in this novel, basically we are exploring the identity of the intersectional identity where disability and gender play an important role in forming the experiences of an individual. So we know that disability is an impairment or a limitation that restricts a person's ability to engage in certain daily life activities, and this is because of a physical, mental, cognitive, or developmental condition. In this particular novel, we have Erin Glee, a young girl. She's around 12 or 13 years old, and she is born with a genetic condition where she does not have arms. So, how does she challenge gender stereotypes and again challenge the stigmas or social barriers that are present for the disabled community? Here, what could be the important role of children's literature in introducing disability and gender identity within a classroom setting and creating an inclusive environment for the students? So the research methodology that I have used for this paper is the feminist disability framework, where the challenge both stereotypes related to gender as well as disability. So basically, when we talk about disability identity or gender identity, we are including them in inclusion literature for children. So a lot of research has been done, and scholars are talking about how the novel, the writer should basically focus on the emotional demand and experiences of the child rather than focusing on how the parents or the teachers around uh, are reacting to the child's disability. We should focus on more than one disability. In this particular novel that I have selected, there is uh, a neurological disability. There is a character called Connor who has Tourette syndrome, and then we have Evan born with a genetic disorder. And we also have them going to a support group for Tourette syndrome, and we see them interacting with different personalities, different children with the same disability but still having their own unique characteristics, with their own unique failures, success, and experiences with their disability. We are looking at presenting accurate information and terminologies for an acceptable depiction. And this is very important to give the accurate information to children and develop the correct, the sensitivity with which they will understand it. They would interact with people with mental and physical disabilities. We are trying to destigmatize certain notions associated with this particular community. And through first-person narratives, writers provide to give agency to the characters, and we are presenting multidimensional characters where they have their identity defined by their sexual orientation, their culture, their race, and their gender. We are presenting a diverse community within the narrative, and again, we are giving a diverse account of the intersectional identity. Talking about my research methodology, the framework of feminist disability was mainly created by or discovered by Rosemary Garland Thomas in 2005, where she talks about how femaleness in the society is considered as a physical or mental deficiency, and how even disability, we should go beyond the medical definition of disability and look at how it has a functional interpretation and is considered to be inferior. So here, in this particular framework, the drawing parallels between the struggles of the disabled community and how the female also go through similar struggles in the society where they are not included, where there is politics of access and inclusion. Looking at my main discussion with the characters that I spoke about, Connor and Evan, they have very different childhood experiences. Evan, on one side, her parents are very supportive and they do believe that their daughter can do anything that she wants. She could have any profession that she wants to. take part in. And on the other hand, we have Connor, and how he he has his mother supporting him. She's a young nurse and taking care of him, and then father is absent uh, in his life, and the parents got divorced because, and he blames it's because of his disability. So here we look at how Evan is challenging the gender stereotypes. On one side, she believes that just because she has a disability, she cannot wear certain kind of girly, colorful clothes that have thin straps because she does not have arms, like how the picture that I showed previously. It, so she cannot wear those clothes. On the other hand, she believes that her disability is actually helping her overcome a gender stereotype where she's good at playing soccer, which is a sport. It's popular for a particular gender. We have Connor having Tourette syndrome, which is very common in male children. So again, Evan and Connor, they have their own stories with disability, that they have difficulty having social interactions or social life. They hesitate eating out in public, and Connor cannot eat out in public because of his tics, and he has a habit of uncontrollable habit of spitting on people's food, people's face while he's eating. And Evan has to eat with her feet, which many people may not accept. So they have their own struggles and their own dreams and wishes. When you look at motherhood, Connor's mother has a different experience where she's challenging patriarchy, and she took divorce and decided, I will be able to take care of my child, and his Tourette syndrome, I accept him the way he is. And then you have Evan's mother. Evan is actually an adopted child. Evan's mother could have taken up, so the parents could have decided to take adopt a male child with no disabilities, but still they decided to have Evan because they looked beyond her disability, looked beyond her gender, and believed that if a man with the same disability can have a successful life, have a happy, fulfilling life, then so can their daughter. We look at the friend's family in school, and in school we see that again, Connor and there's again the characters there, they're being mocked for their uh, physical appearance or for their disability, and then we have the teachers not paying much attention, not initiating in creating an inclusive society, inclusive environment in the classroom, and not talking about bullying. Evan is the one standing up and telling everyone to stop bullying Connor. And she, along with Evan, along with her mother, the plan to include Connor in the conversation by inviting him for dinner, even though they know he may spit on everyone's face, but still calling him for dinner, and then renting a theater, a completely empty theater, so that he could experience the going out and watching movies. And the owner of the theater was actually the person, he had a son with the same disorder, same disability, having Tourette syndrome, and then uh, they understand the struggles, and that's how we can do certain acts of accommodation. The kids learn from reading this novel that they could perform certain acts of accommodating other people, and even children with disability can have their own dreams, likes, and dislikes, and personalities. Within the support group, we have a Dexter, another child with the same disability, but he has Tourette syndrome along uh, with OCD, and how does he cope up? He has his own personality and his own struggles. In this novel, particularly, it's first express a narrative of Albus having agency, and she is allowed to have a system where with internet connection where she's able to blog about her daily life experiences and talk openly about her internet thoughts and her experiences with her disability. Looking at the conclusion, we should look at the bigger picture where writers like Dusty Bowling and there are other female writers also that could talk about intersectional identities and represent a diversity within the disabled community and help children accept, understand, and overcome social barriers, accept themselves, have an individual identity. And I think there are new genres coming in literature that present disability. We have picture books, and we have a lot of graphic novels that could be introduced in the classroom. And finally, we should be making disability accessible to the general public and just challenging the stereotypes associated with gender as well as disability. That should be the main aim of literature right now. I thank everyone for listening to my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Antara. It was a really very well researched and very detailed presentation. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you. Now we have Janvi S. Das. Do we have Janvi S. Das? Janvi S. Das, do we have you here? From Presidency College, Chennai. Do we have Janvi S. Das? Okay. Mehke Jah Sheikh, do we have you?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Unmute karo, unmute karo. Yes, Mehke Jah Sheikh, you may please share your screen. Yes, Mehke, you are not audible.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Mehke, now you. Please share your screen.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
No, Mehke, your screen is not visible. Mehke, if you can see my
I'm not getting the option of sharing the screen.
Okay. Mehke, if the page where you have connected, you will find a small icon for share screen. Otherwise, do one thing. You have my number. You may share your PPT with me and I'll share the screen here.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, please share it with me.
Done, ma'am.
Yes, Mehke, I have received your PPT. Just give me a moment and I will share it.
Hello?
Yes, Mehke, I think you can see the screen now.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
as and when you tell me to share to change the slide, I will change the slide for you.
Okay, ma'am.
Will
Thank you
that
so
work
much.
for you?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum to everyone. My name is Mehki Jan Sheikh and I'm the scholar of English language and literature. The title of my presentation is Narrative Liberations and Self-Discovery, Deconstructing the Patriarchal Constructs in Ibsen's A Doll's House through the lens of Woolf's A Room of One's Own. Can we change it? So patriarchal constructs perpetuate power imbalances, reinforcing traditional gender rules and limiting individual potential. So deconstructing them, critically examining and challenging the systems, norms, and beliefs that uphold male dominance and gender inequalities. In her essay, A Room of One's Own, Virginia Woolf's idea of personal freedom, or we can say autonomy, can be best applied on Ibsen's heroine, Nora, who has always seen herself as a doll in her husband's house, in the Henrik Ibsen's play, A Doll's House. So I quote Simone de Beauvoir, who says that one is not born woman, but becomes one. Woman is always seen as the other of man, a flawed version. There is no essence of her, she is constructed. Can we change, ma'am?
Yes. Do you want me to change to the next slide?
Yes, ma'am.
This one?
Ma'am, I can't see it. Sorry.
I think my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am, sorry. So I'll quote Sandra Gilbert and Suzanne Gruber. They say that there are two stereotypical, that is the submissive female as angel in the house and the rebellious, dangerous woman as monster one. But Henrik Ibsen has portrayed her heroine as angel in the house. She was labeled by the critics as woman next door. But while ending of the play, Nora's self-discovery was marked by slamming of her door and leaving her husband behind, that too in the Victorian setup. Nora's experiences illustrate the broader implications of living under patriarchal dominance and importance of striving for personal importance and societal change.
Yes, Mehki.
Materialistic feminism encompasses Marxist and socialist feminism. That is the root cause of female subjugation, that highlights the influence of class, historical context, and economic systems on women's oppression. What if Ibsen's Nora would have been the breadwinner like her husband? Independent, she would not have been treated as she was by her husband, calling her my little skylark, the little spendthrift, and a songbird. Now, the scientific experiment, that is the word used by Ibsen's Nora, who was talking to one of her friends saying that experiment, scientific experiment. And her husband interrupts her saying that scientific experiment, those are so big words for my little Nora to use. Now here scientific experiments embraces the outside world of knowledge, innovations and industrialization, where women was forbidden to step in, even too in the modern world, in the areas. Can we change? So I would like here to give some critical comments. It was stated by Greek philosopher Aristotle that woman was a lack. He quotes, "The slave is wholly lacking the deliberative element. The female has it, but it lacks." Now, these critiques are always an argument that what woman lacks, and the argument will still continue. Simone de Beauvoir says that about the woman that her wings are cut, and then she is blamed of not knowing how to fly. And in the words of Showalter, I quote, "Yet women are spoken for but do not speak for themselves. Such dramas of liberation become only the opening scenes of the next drama of confinement, until women break free for themselves the chains that make madness a female malady, like Blake's mind forged manacles, while simply forge themselves anew."
Can we change? In the light of Pulfus, A Room of One's Own, she imagines Shakespeare's sister, who was as brilliant as William Shakespeare, but ends up committing suicide because she wanted to make a name in the literary world, only because she was a woman. So Nora's cry out was marked by Ibsen actually gives wings to his heroine, Nora, in that too in the Victorian setup. Nora represents new woman. She rejects the traditional way of submissiveness, develops a strong determination to confront and navigate the world independently. So ending of the play, those times was known as burst upon the contemporary scene like a bombshell. Ibsen's Norwegian biographer points out that the drama was the turning point in the history of drama, where woman was given a voice to rebel and reject the conventional patriarchy setup. So writing back and voicing the silence, it did not happen in one go. It was although huge, waves of feminism made it possible to give voice to the marginalized ones and the subaltern in the words of Gayatri Spivak. So writing back in feminism refers to the idea of responding to the traditional narratives and representation of women in literature and culture. This movement encourages writers to challenge stereotypes, highlights marginalized voices, and create new voices by letting the subaltern speak. There, I would like to use the quote of Marx, who has used it in Das Kapital, that they cannot represent themselves, they must be represented. I think that can be best applied to women in the contemporary as well as ancient conditions. As Wollstonecraft says, I do not wish women to have power over man, but over themselves. Now, to conclude, I will say that literature has successfully given voice to the subaltern and submissive ones by writing the literature tracing back to Mary Wollstonecraft's Vindication of the Rights of Women, 1792, to Ellen Showalt's The Literature of Their Own, and still deconstructionists like Helen Sukso and Leo Serigeri, Love of Medusa, and it's still contributing in voicing the silencer and deconstructing the patriarchal construct. And that's the end. Thank you so much for bearing with me.
Mehke, it was actually a very nice presentation, a very decent presentation. You recapitulated all the prospects of feminism and a lot of memory down the lane from Virginia Woolf. So it was really a very nice presentation. Thank you so much. I'll just stop sharing the screen.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for helping me, Evan. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, now once again, do we have Janvi S. Das? Janvi S. Das, do we have you? Jaldi. Okay, so I think we do not have Janvi S. Das. And with this, we come to end of our presentations, our session. So now I would like to request Dr. Ajit Kumar, Associate Professor, Amity University, Patna, to please give his insight on the presentations. Yes, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Roli ma'am. Firstly, good afternoon to all of you. It was really a nice session. First of all, I thanks all the presenters who have shared very valuable insights. Today, with this international conference on gender study and intersectionality, we have had the opportunity to explore such thought, providing perspectives and innovative ideas, which I believe that will foster further discussion and collaborations. This session has investigated the various ways of gender, class, and identity connected in literature, cultural history, and memory. The paper presented has addressed a variety of topics, including trauma, resilience, and the dismantle of patriarchal and repressive system. The presenter have very well used literature, film, and cultural studies to examine how minority voices, whether gender, class, or caste, are represented and challenged. I am quite impressed the way the participants have explored issue of memory, silence, and healing, giving lights on the importance of narratives in defining identity and promoting social justice. I truly believe that this session will lead us to a greater knowledge and enriching experience. At the end, I wish all the best and looking forward for your collaboration in such international conferences. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ajit sir. Thank you, Ajit sir, for chairing the session. We are really very honored and thankful to you for your time and your patience. Thank you so much. And at the same time, I would like to thank each and every participant who have participated and presented a wonderful, well-researched papers from across the topics, just like starting from gender, trauma, memories. Then we had some very good papers on child literature, for children literature, and then the wife culture. So yes, definitely we have some wonderful papers, and we are looking forward to have a winner from all the paper presentations. So thank you all, and now you can leave the session, and thank you for the participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So on this note, I'm ending this session. Your presentation is done and your certificates will be shared to you in few days. Thank you, everybody. And I please request everybody to stay in that WhatsApp group for all the communication, and you will be getting your certificates and every information via mail and WhatsApp group. So please stay in the WhatsApp group. By any chance, do we have Janvi as Das? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. We are from Amity University, Patna, Department of English. And we have yes. So this is the session B2, where we have the keynote speech by Dr. Gautam Karmakar, FAT Durban University of Technology, South Africa. And we are honored to have Dr. Pratibha, Assistant Professor, Maharshi Dayanand University, Haryana, to chair the session. Our moderator.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Our moderator is Dr. Satyajit Nath, Assistant Professor, at Amity University, Patna. So I invite all the participants. Before we start, I would just once take the, I'll make sure that all the participants have joined. Do we have Vidarsha Mehrotra from Manipal Academy of Higher Education? In case you are here, just please unmute yourself and let us know about it. Do we have Vidarshana Mehrotra? Moving further, Vani Singh. Vani Singh.
Yeah, ma'am. She's just gone to the washroom.
Fine. Apurva Sani.
Yes, ma'am. Apurva Shahi.
Okay. Meenu Thankachan from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Kochi campus. Raghave R, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, Pilamidu, Coimbatore.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm there.
Naresh Fogat, IGNU, Delhi. Do we have Naresh Fogat here? Adarsh Narayan Prabhat.
Yes, ma'am.
Adarsh Narayan Prabhat.
I'm here.
Okay. Do we have Padma Aishwarya GM? Do we have Padma Aishwarya GM? Okay. Adarsh Narayan Prabhat.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay. Paradhi Vishal from Shivaji University, Kolhapur.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Kanchan Mala.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Aishwarya Singh from Amity University, Patna. We have her here. Okay. So now I welcome Dr. Gautam Karmakar for his keynote speech.
Yeah. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you for joining, sir. And sir, before we have your keynote speech, our moderator would like to introduce.
Okay.
Yes.
I once again welcome all the participants, our keynote speaker, as well as the chair for this session. Giving a short intro about our keynote speaker, Dr. Karmakar is an honorary research associate at the Faculty of Arts and Design, Durban University of Technology, South Africa. He was awarded the 2024 Alexander von Humboldt Postdoctoral Fellowship and a 3-year CSG postdoctoral research position at the Department of English Studies, University of South Africa. Previously, he has worked at the University of Western Cape in South Africa as a National Research Foundation postdoctoral fellow and as a visiting scholar at the Rachel Karen Center for Environment and Society, University of Munich, Germany. He is also an assistant professor of English at Barabazar Bikram Tudu Memorial College, Sadhu Kanu Birsha University, West Bengal, India. His area of research are South Asian literature and culture, women and gender studies, post-colonial and deco-colonial studies, and environmental studies too. He is one of the editor of Routledge book series on South Asian literature. We are lucky to have such an eminent person in our session. And now it is all yours, sir. Gautam Karmakar.
Yeah. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you to the Amity University. Thank you for to the faculty members for organizing the conference. And let me just share my screen. It will be a very short presentation. As you can see, as the
Yes, sir.
conference is on gender studies and the issues and the conflicts, I would like to tell you that here the name of the presentation will be about host nation, dams development and displacement in India. So what we can see that since the presentation and since its emancipation from the colonial domination, India, the most populated country in the world, has consistently relied on large-scale projects to expedite its economic advancement. And in most of the cases, all the projects are sanctioned in the name of the nation and the national development. Now, what we can see that these large-scale development initiatives, like the construction of the mega dams, yield few socio-economic advantages for the individuals for whom they were originally conceived and envisioned. Conversely, numerous programs benefit affluent individuals while negatively affecting the livelihood of the ecosystem people, thereby raising the critical question of those whose nation these initiatives belong to and for whom they are implemented and authorized. These exclusive attitudes undermine the primary objectives of national and economic development, improving the welfare and well-being of the populace by rendering it an attainable aspiration. So what we can see that during the construction of dam, the mega dam and the hydro project, in most of the cases, women, marginalized section of the society, indigenous people, tribal communities, and the children, they are affected and they have been impacted to a large scale. And due to the fact that the men can go to a certain places in search of food or in search of job or employment in the household, in those families, in all the marginalized section, in the poor families or in the disenfranchised families or not so privileged families, they have to work hard in their home. So whenever this kind of construction or constructive activities or the developmental activities are going on, women and the children are suffering to a large extent in comparison to the men who can go to certain places in search of job, in search of money, and can, to a certain extent, be saved himself or themselves from the suffering, from the kind of injustice that the whole community is suffering and experiencing. So consequently, Martin just mentioned, these groups are deprived of their fundamental human right and must endure adverse conditions in the name of growth and development. And the nation is doing all the same. Nation is doing this in the name of nationalism, in the name of nation. But at what cost? Are we all taking the benefit? Have we been able to make India to a country where all the people are living a happy life, or where the poor people or the marginalized, subjugated sections are getting their due recognition, getting their due fees, getting their due monies, or at least their livelihood facility have been improved? No, the question is absolutely no. And there lies this kind of narration that whose nation we are talking about. India is transitioning into a highly industrialized nation with one of the fastest developing economies, resulting in a significant increase in its need for both electricity and water, necessitating the construction of additional dams and large-scale developmental projects. However, the question remains, at what cost is the nation undertaking these actions? The construction of dams continue to rely on the extensive foreseeable displacement of marginalized communities, particularly those belonging to the minority categories, tribal communities, women, children, and other disadvantaged sectors, without the implementation of adequate policies to safeguard and support this community's effort to reconstruct their lives. And then, as a consequence, taking this into consideration, this presentation focuses on the construction of mega dams in India, the national interest and the policies associated with them, developmental politics, and the resultant displacement of marginalized communities in India. Now, I will give you a very brief idea about the dams and the development. Irrespective of a country's political system or level of development, every nation that has the financial means or ability to borrow funds to construct dams has a strong desire for them. And the preference is obviously for the larger dam, obviously for the larger hydro project, obviously for the larger project that can yield a lot of electricity, that can yield a lot of power, and that can yield a lot of capital, not only the cultural capital, but also the social capital. So in addition, a large dam serves as a prominent symbol of national prestige, signifying that a country has successfully established itself on a global stage, or as Brett Benjamin describes it, obtained one of the essential fetish objects associated with nationalism, that is power, that is politics, and that is infrastructure, thereby raising the question, is a large dam a technological artifact or a political object? This kind of fetish object or fetishism for the power, we can see ample instances like the nuclear power plant too. Consequently, and in most of the cases, be it nuclear power plant, be it the large development project or the construction of the mega dams, these are all the example of capitalism. And to a certain extent, poor people, communities that are not so affluent, communities that are subjugated, communities that are below the poverty line, they have been suffering to a large extent due to a certain kind of environmental injustice. Because whenever one community or to a certain place, they are reaping the benefit, obviously the negative detrimental impacts of those projects will impact someone. Who will bear that burden? The poor, the women, the children. They have been subjected, they have been compelled to bear the burden. Consequently, from the 1950s to the 1990s, the construction of appropriately 45,000 dams worldwide supported multiple objectives such as progress, development, and economic growth. This highlights that the ongoing process of modernization, where the interconnectedness of nature, cities, and the people is evident both in the development and destruction that occur. Simultaneously, the construction of dams clearly illustrates that the interaction between the development of natural environment and the growth of cities, rather the mega cities. Here you can see the four images jostled together in a single frame. It is about the four mega dams. There are so many mega dams in India. This is about the four mega dams in India. However, these dam projects not only alter natural landscapes during their construction, but they also result in severe social and ecological consequences, worsening the pre-existing social and environmental injustice. Thus, this technological structure serves as a prime examples of the complex relationship between the creation and the destruction that is inherent in modernity's ambitious Promethean project. It all started with Nehru and his famous quote about the dams, that these dams are the temples of the modern India. And we stepped into the process of modernization, industrialization, capitalism, and in this age, anthropocentrism. So Indian dam project as products of the modern state planning have become symbolic of the adverse consequences of the modernist and statist ideology. This ideology promotes the idea of governing and controlling nature, which contradicts the recent trends towards economic liberalization and the appreciation of traditional rural and small-scale practices, which are closely linked to Gandhian philosophy. So if you can see or read the history, there is a words contrast, and there is a so many arguments, contrasting arguments between Gandhian philosophy and Nehruvian philosophy. Nehruvian philosophy, it Western in nature, at the same time he was industrious, at the same time he was capitalist to a certain extent, and he tried to make India one of the superpowers, and in doing so, he failed to understand the impact of that can create on the society, on the lower section of the society. And adversely, the Gandhian philosophy, he talked about the traditional practices, about the rural practice, about the small scale practices, about the vocational training and everything. So he talked about those kind of small scale industries that can provide sustenance, sustainability to the poor people, to the marginalized. So you can see there is a kind of ideological difference between Nehru and Gandhi. So since Nehru, the Prime Minister of the independent India, referred to the dam project as the temples of modern India, and the number of large dams in India has increased significantly. In 1955, at the location of a dam of the river Krishna, Nehru proclaimed, "When I lay the foundation stone here of this Nagarjuna Sagar," if you can see the image, you can see Nehru and the women there and the tribal women, and she is inaugurating the entire dam project. See how the women have been portrayed there. They have been symbolized there, but at the same time, they are at the forefront of taking all the burdens. If you can see the instance of the COVID-19 women, they were the worst victims, not only in the domestic cases, but in the outside sphere of the society also. So whenever this kind of things are going on, certain section of the society, they are taking a lot of blows, and they're subjugated to different kind of injustice. So in that Nagarjuna Sagar dam project, he says that, "To me, the foundation stone here is a sacred ceremony. This is the foundation of the temple of humanity in India, a symbol of the new temples that we are building all over the India." So for Nehru, it was all okay. And during the inauguration of the Bhakra Dam in the northwestern India, Nehru expressed his awe by stating, "There is no site that can be considered grander and more sacred than this." These modern Indian temples were conceived as symbols of progress, reflecting a vision of development that emphasized large-scale, capitalist-intensive constructions as indicators of the economic growth, and highlighting the robustness of the economy entangled with the overall welfare of the nation. But at what cost? That I'm continuously discussing, and you can also understand at what cost. Within the Nehruvian rhetoric, dams, steel mills, fertilizer factories, nuclear power plants, and the designed industrial cities were considered as areas of progress, where individuals were encouraged to perceive their own reflection in the context of technological advancement. Nehru envisioned a self-reliant and affluent society that would be liberated from a century of colonial exploitation. This vision revolved around a community of hardworking and frugal individuals, the women and the children and the lower section of society, referred to as the producer patriots, were dedicated to achieving the economic growth targets set by the 5-year plan in India in different times. These prevailing viewpoints advocated by Nehru have shaped the country's approach to dam politics ever since its independence. Here you can see in the images, all in the 3 images, Nehru is delivering his lectures, is addressing the nation about the development, about the dam, about the construction of the dam, is supervising whether the dam works, in what way the project is moving. So you can see how he was so much motivated, inspired, and engrossed with this kind of project. But at the same time, he was totally ignorant, oblivious of the fact that the certain section of the society is not getting the due recognition, the due fees, and they have been displaced from their home because of the construction of dam, and they haven't been given a new place for their relocation policy. Now I'm talking about the statistics. Currently, there are over 4,900 large dams in the country, with 4,600 of them being constructed after India gained independence in 1947. You can see the rapidity, the progress, the sweep, and the way that India is progressing towards creating these large dams. Additionally, there are 300 more dams that are still being built. Still, the data is not so contemporary one. So I'm talking about the data I'm referring to about 2016. Maybe the numbers have changed now. The construction of the dam frequently involved citizen exploitation. Between 1947 to 1997, a total of 50 million individuals, 50 million, can you imagine the number, were forced to leave their homes due to the construction projects. Large dams alone accounted for the displacement of 16 million people, with 8 million of them belonging to the Adivasi community, which is one of the most economically disadvantaged and susceptible groups in the Indian society. 8 million tribal people, they've been displaced. However, despite the significant number of evictions, both on a project-specific basis and in total, there was minimal public awareness regarding the people impacted. The estimates of the extent of relocation, giving another home, giving another safe place to live, about the relocating themselves, resulting from the major infrastructure project in India since independence vary significantly, with projection ranging from 21 to 65 million people. In light of this magnitude of displacement, it is therefore reasonable to inquire about the kind of displacement that is meant to be accomplished by these initiatives. Why so many people are being displaced? You can see the diagram, you can see the data, people displaced by developmental projects. From the dam, you can see 16.5. In total, 21.3 from the mine, from the mining industry, from the extraction of natural resource in the mine, people, those have been displaced. It's like the number is 2.65. Industrial development 1.25. Wildlife and sanctuary is 0.6 and the others 0.5. So you can see in the entire thing that the dam 16.5 is in the highest peak, and you can understand so many people are displaced due to this construction of large dams in India. And the estimates of the extent relocation resulting from the major infrastructure projects in India since independence vary significantly. In light of the magnitude of this displacement, it is therefore reasonable to inquire what kind of things we are doing. Typically, authorities rarely conduct a comprehensive and methodical assessment of the people that will be relocated. This greatly complicates the task of accurately determining the precise number of people or the individuals who have been forced to leave their home. Although the number of displaced individuals since independence is more than 3 times the number of people displaced by the partition of India. You can calculate the number in comparison to the partition of India. They have not yet become a part of the national consciousness. You can see women, children, men are leaving their place due to the construction of the dam. A new dam will be created here and people are leaving from their home and no one knows where they are going because the relocation policy of India is not so good enough that Arundhati Roy is time and again is talking about. Now here is the worrying part. Tribals are the worst affected when it comes to the displacement due to the development projects, representing almost 34% of the affected population. Land acquisition has been one of the contentious issues for all such projects. As the tribals are the ecosystem people, they are living in harmony with the nature, with the woodlands, and the government is continuously snatching those lands from those kind of tribals or the Adivasi people, rendering them invisible and making them invaluable in terms of the money or in terms of the human beings and nature, and they have been displaced from their homeland, from those land where they were located, and now government is not giving them any new places so that where they can go and they can relocate. So this is the problem, that the women and the tribal and the indigenous communities in India, they are the worst sufferers. Activist Medha Patkar, who spearheaded the Narmada Bachao Andolan, has in the past highlighted how building dams lead to dislocation of tribal societies. Official figure indicates that about 42,000 families were displaced due to the server dam. But non-government organizations such as MBA claim that the figure is 85,000 families to 2 lakh people. The Narmada Valley Development Project is expected to have affected the lives of 25 million people. You can see here another picture. People are leaving their place. People have been displaced and they are searching for another land. A similar example is the Tehri project, a multi-purpose irrigation and the power project in the Ganga, 2,250 kilometers north of Delhi, located in the Tehri Garial district of the Uttaranchal. A working group for the environment appraisal of Tehri Dam put the figure of expected terrestrial displacement at 85,600 in percent. Resettlements are undertaken as a case-to-case basis. For instance, projects like Nagarjuna Sagar, Hirakud, Tungabhadra and Mayurakhi dams, only National Thermal Power Corporation and Coal India, the government of undertaking, have formulated their resettlement and rehabilitation policy. People are giving their land again, R&R policy, and constitute the R&R department to administer it, but not in the every cases, not in the creation of every other dam. This is only, I'm citing 2, 3, 4 examples where people have been placed, but in so many other places, in so many 6,000, 4,500 dams, people are not getting a new home, not getting the new place, and they are leaving everything, and they're deprived of their home, they're deprived of their land, they're deprived of their socio-cultural identity, and now they're the vagabond, they're roaming, wandering here, and they're searching for the food where they were in a position wheat and to harvest and to live happily in conjecture with the nature. But with the construction of dam, everything is altering. The entire landscape is altering. So the questions after the presentation also remains the same. Whose nation? Whose nation we are talking about? Is it the nation for the women? Is it the nation for the children? Is it the nation for the tribal communities? At what cost? At what cost we are doing these developmental activities? By segregating one particular section, by depriving one particular section, by subjugating one particular section. Whose development we are talking about? Certainly, we are not talking about the development of the tribal communities or the indigenous people or the women or the children in general. We are talking about the development only for that, for a certain section of the society, only for the government, only for the politics, political bureaus, only for the administrative post, and only for the certain people who have the power and prestige and the privilege to work hard in the society. So it is not the development for everyone. It is very much subjective in nature. And whose national interest? Definitely the tribal people, they have nothing to do with the nation and the progress when they are not giving the due things, and where they are living in a very unhygienic condition. They're not in a position to think about the nation and the nationalism and the national security. What about the displaced women and others? No one knows. What about the climate crisis? Obviously, no one is caring about this climate crisis. Now you can see in the flood-like situation in Rajasthan, and the very odd situation in the West Bengal, and very odd situation in the Bihar. On other places, you can understand that the climate is changing. And what about the notion of green nationalism and gender equity? Yes, obviously. We are doing nothing in terms of green nationalism that talks about that giving everyone the national safety, security, and bond with the nature. But no, obviously we are snatching some people, and we are deliberately impacting their lives, and we are making money. We are making the social and cultural capital for some other section of the society, and the gender equity is obviously not there. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karmakar. The presentation was really enlightening. As I am basically from a civil engineering background, and my research area is dam. The information you have provided that the more than 3 times or even more than people are displaced in the construction of dam rather than the partition of the country. All we have learned a lot from you, and thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request the chair of this session, Dr. Pratibha Patel. Pratibha, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here. Good
Okay.
afternoon. Thank you, Amity University, for giving me this opportunity to be here with the participants, the delegates. I take this opportunity, and I'm looking forward to hearing all the presentations.
Okay. I would like to give a brief introduction about Dr. Pratibha. Dr. Pratibha did her MA and MPhil in English literature from Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, India. Bachelor of Education from Central Institute of Education, CIE, University of Delhi, and PhD from University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, India. Her area of interest include feminist criticism, cultural studies, and gender studies. She has published various academic papers and articles in various journals and edited volumes. Her first book, Shades of Feminism, has recently been published. She is currently working as Associate Professor of English at Krishna Public College, Rewari, Haryana. She is, after all, a great researcher. And ma'am, it's yours, and you can. have
Thank
this.
you. Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. And I think we have, without wasting any time, I think in the interest of time, we just should begin the session.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so we have about 11 delegates here who will be presenting. The first is Vidarshana Mehrotra. Do we have Vidarshana Mehrotra with us? From Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Mumbai. Vidarshana? I don't think we have.
I also think. Moving to
I
the
think-
next participant, we can go to Vani Singh.
Yes, we have. Do
If
we have
he is not-
Vani here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I think we'll have about 10 to 12 minutes. Sir, you help me with the time. What?
Yeah, it is 6 to 10 minutes. Maximum would be 10 minutes, including the question answer session.
Yes. So I think in the interest of time, so that we can give time to every presenter, we should just restrict the presentations to
8 minutes.
8 or 9 minutes. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Over to you, Vani.
Yeah, it is visible. Yeah. Please continue.
Yes, Vani, we can see it. Please start your presentation.
Vani, please, can you please unmute your microphone?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Now it is audible. You can continue.
Yeah, I'll just start again. So welcome everyone and thank you for joining today's session. We are here to explore a powerful story of resistance, empowerment and social change through the lens of Khabar Lehria, a groundbreaking rural women-led media organization in India. This presentation will take you on a journey through the intersectional struggles of Dalit women against caste and patriarchal oppression, and how Khabar Lehria is not just reporting news, but reshaping narratives and empowering communities. The abstract provides us with an overview of this research focused on Khabar Lehria, a grassroots journalism organization in rural India, which is led by Dalit and tribal women. The study examines how Khabar Lehria challenges and dismantles entrenched patriarchal and casteist narratives that oppress Dalit women. And the research also explores how Khabar Lehria uses digital media to amplify marginalized voices, building community and advocate for social change. But before we dive in, let's reflect on the deep social structures that particularly Dalit women in India are subjected to. So this is the population distribution by caste based on the census 2011. And we can see the 16.6% are from the scheduled castes, 8.6% from the scheduled tribes. And on the basis of this, we have the data which shows the crimes against scheduled castes. And we can see these are rates per lakhs. And the next, we have the representation in government jobs. So compared to the unreserved categories, this is still a starkly low number. So let's begin by setting the stage for just a second. Yeah, let's begin by setting the stage with some contextual background. Dalit women in India have historically been subjected to a unique intersection of caste-based and gender-based oppression, placing them at the bottom of both social hierarchies. They face systemic exclusion from education, employment, and public participation, compounded by a heightened vulnerability to violence. This dual discrimination relegates them to low-status roles such as manual scavenging and excludes them from the decision-making process. Now we move on to understanding what Khabar Lehria really is and how it has led the pathway from the year 2002. So founded in the year 2002 in the Bundelkhand region, Khabar Lehria is a transformative media outlet led by Dalit and tribal women. It started as a small local language newspaper and has grown into a powerful digital platform. So in the year 2004 to 2008, we experienced certain early growth in Khabar Lehria. And then in the year 2009, it was awarded the prestigious UNESCO King Sejoy Literacy Prize. In the years 2013 to 16, it moved into a digital transition. And then in the year 2016, it was awarded the Chameli Devi Award. And in the year 2020, we see a documentary film being made on Khabar Lehria. And just a second. Yes. Now we move on to the theoretical framework. We will be dealing with three major theories. One is the feminist media theory, the intersectionality by Kimberly Crenshaw, and Gayatri Spivak's concept of the subaltern, to understand how Khabar Lehria is actually dismantling the patriarchal narratives. So to understand Khabar Lehria's impact, we must ground our discussion in relevant theoretical frameworks. Feminist media theory critically examines how media can both reinforce and challenge gender norms. Media often perpetuates patriarchal structures by marginalizing women or portraying them in stereotypical roles. Kimberly Crenshaw's intersectionality theory helps us to understand how caste and gender intersect to create compounded forms of oppression for Dalit women. This framework is essential in analyzing the specific challenges that Khabar Lehria addresses. Consider applying these and Spivak's theory of the subaltern, which gives us an insight into how marginalized groups like Dalit women are often secluded from the dominant power structures. Now, I would request you to consider applying these to the current media structures or the current media landscape of India. And for instance, there is the politics of sourcing. Whenever a news comes out, you must look at who is the author of the news, who is the person who was sourced during the news, who was actually approached for the news, and then you will understand the politics of sourcing, because it's not attributed to a single theorist, but rather refers to a broad discussion in media studies, journalism, and critical theory. It examines how certain sources are selected over the other, and these often heighten the social hierarchies that are already present in the society. Now we move on to the literature review. These were the authors or theorists that I have reviewed, and I will just give you a gist of what my literature really looks like. We will be exploring caste, gender, media separately and also together. So Dalit women in India experience a unique and compounded form of oppression. The caste system, as analyzed by M.N. Srinivas, functions as a social hierarchy affecting every aspect of life, including economic opportunities and social interactions. Anupama Rao further heightens that the marginalization is distinct from that of women of higher caste or men with lower caste. Their practices like untouchability severely restricting their access to education, employment, and healthcare. This compounded oppression is not simply additive, but creates a unique form of exploitation. And mainstream media in India often reinforces these oppressive structures by marginalizing the voices of lower caste and female population. In contrast, grassroots journalism, exemplified by Khabar Lehria, is challenging these dominant narratives and advocating for social change. Khabar Lehria in particular focuses on caste-based violence, labor exploitation, and social exclusion, empowering rural Dalit women by giving them the tools and platform to report their own story. Media also has the capacity to challenge entrenched power structures and create narratives of resistance, just like what Khabar Lehria is doing. And by McCombs and Shaw demonstrates how media can influence public opinion and drive policy change as per their agenda setting theory. Now we will move on to the methodology of study. This study will employ content analysis to examine how Khabar Lehria addresses issues of gender and caste, particularly focusing on the platform decodes, how the platform decodes patriarchal narratives and constructs liberation for Dalit women. The research involves a comprehensive content analysis of the articles, videos, and reports. The analysis will cover content from January 2002 to December 2023. Drawn from the gender and caste section of the website, the section includes approximately 50 articles and reports along with 10 videos to capture a wide range of themes and storytelling approaches. Additionally, the study will examine the narrative technique used by Khabar Lehria to understand what is the use of statistics, what is the use of testimonials or interviews to understand how the platform conveys the experiences and struggles of Dalit women. And finally, the analysis will evaluate the tone of each piece of content to check whether they are critiquing or they promote narratives of resistance and social change or factual reporting without taking any side. Now we come to the case studies and the content analysis of the paper. So I am not sure how clear this is, but I will just go through the first trend, theme, narrative technique, and the tone, which was used to analyze those 50 articles, 10 videos, and case studies. So the first one is intersectionality between gender and caste. That was the trend. Then focuses on how caste and gender intersect to create compounded oppression for Dalit women, especially in access to resources, education, healthcare, and land rights. The narrative technique usually used for such themes was of personal testimonials, interviews, and field reports that highlight individual stories of discrimination and struggles. The tone was usually advocacy driven, pushing for reforms and greater accountability, with a hopeful tone regarding systemic change. So systemic change was a constant tone that was present across the trends that we observed. And the theme were usually to deal with how Dalit women are entering political spaces, land rights, what is the access to healthcare, education, and what are the collective and individual acts of resistance. These were the common themes and the trends that evolved from the study. Now, the impact and the findings. In terms of impact, our research reveals that Khabar Lehria has significantly empowered Dalit women by providing them with the tools and platforms to tell their own stories. This empowerment is not just individual, but also collective, as their journalism has led to increased awareness and action on issues like caste violence and gender discrimination. Dalit women's labor rights. The platform highlights the labor rights of Dalit women, particularly in the informal sector. The stories often emphasize the dual oppression as both laborers and marginalized caste members, with a critical tone that foregrounds the voices of those directly.
Vani?
Yes.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, I have to ask you to conclude because it's time.
Yeah, I'm just reaching the conclusion.
Yeah, okay.
Then we move to the intersection of gender and caste in the political empowerment, the representation of women at both local governance and leadership positions, gender-based violence and caste, to understand, particularly focusing on the disproportionate vulnerability of Dalit women and pushing for state accountability, healthcare and caste, addressing issues of access, environmental and resource access issues, particularly with regards to water access, challenging norms through empowerment, how traditionally male-dominated spaces such as agriculture have now been opened up to Dalit women. Now we move to the conclusion. The summary of the key findings is something that I've already mentioned. Implications for media and gender studies. Grassroots journalism like that practiced by Khabar Lehria play a very crucial role in advocating for social change. Future research directions are to compare Khabar Lehria with any other alternative media platform and see what the societal impact or the long-term societal impacts would hold like. This is my reference list, and now I'd like to open the floor for questions.
Thank you, Vani. That was a very interesting and in-depth research. Thank you for sharing your research with us. I would like to ask other delegates who are present here if they have any questions for Vani's presentation. Do we have any questions, please? I would like to ask Vani, who is the face of Khabar Lehria? Who is it run by?
So Khabar Lehria is basically a Chambal media organization. So Chambal Media is another organization that it's basically the face behind Khabar Lehria in entirety. And because it's an alternative media platform, they don't really have a person like a CEO of sorts. They actually have the position on rolling basis so that not a particular person is given hierarchical status in the organization.
I see. And what is do you have any association with Khabar Lehria or this kind of media? Like, what is your background? I'm just curious.
So I'm basically, I'm a postgraduate in media governance from Jamia Millia Islamia, and Khabar Lehria has been one of my favorite organizations with regards to how Dalit women and especially tribal women have been leading the sort of trail towards alternative journalism. So I feel that mainstream media outlets have to learn a lot. So my allegiance is purely towards the fact that they are doing amazing journalism.
I get it, and that's very, very evident in your research. Your allegiance and your how enamored you are with that, and your romance with the cause. That's very interesting. I guess there are no questions. Do we have questions, please? So I guess we can move to the next presenter then.
Yes, ma'am. We should. Our next presenter is Apurva Shahi.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Allow me to share
Hello,
my
Apurva.
screen. Yeah.
Yeah, so kindly stick to the time limit.
Yeah,
We
sure,
have
ma'am.
about 6 to 9 minutes. Thank you.
I hope the screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, it is visible.
Thanks a lot. So my topic of presentation is very up to the slide of, let's say, 8 to 10 slides. And I'll be very brief and to the limit of, I'll try to wrap up that entire presentation into 6 to 7 minutes. There are two very, very value-added words that we need to focus on. As my earlier presenter, I was very much mesmerized by the fact that how deeply she has gone through that covered area and the intricacies of that caste-based discrimination that still exists in it. And with just carrying forward that entire thing, I'll just say one thing to think to all our peers, to our colleagues, that whenever we are thinking about atrocities or about gender representation, we always have to make sure of the fact that these things are not just on the basis of on a superficial level of discrimination that exists both, I mean, at tri or double level in that case. Just to give you a glimpse of that entire thing, assume, let's say, a male get into a confrontation with any of the other peers in that matter, the max that can happen ultimately will be killed, or these kind of rages that can happen. When we try to deconstruct with the optics of what you call as, let's say, as trans women, or let's say from queer community, or from the audience of, as a Dalit, as my peer from the previous presentation was referring it to, she will be raped first, and then ultimately she'll be get into any kind of other consequences, whatever we can imagine out of it. So one thing that we always have to make sure of the fact, there are certain hiccups that still exist, that somehow that is not working in our society, and we have to figure it out, that how these things can be further broadened out. Prior to the cases that this is the same land which was too much open to the liberal, to the community of the trans community, to the queer. It is the same thing in which once the queer community used to be considered what we call as the soothsayer, whenever it used to happen in that matter, the so-called the trans community always come to give a very detailed analysis that how a person would happen. Coming to that thing, my entire content will be based on what you call as the introduction, the objectives, the queer and overview, historical development of queer reconciliation, the fluidity, and obviously the most important what you call as political radicalism. That is one of the very key things, the spine that somehow it is not lagging behind in terms of the proper disparity that exists, be it in terms of the dichotomy of what we call as gender disparity, be it in terms of the dichotomy we considered in terms of, let's say, of trans women, or let's say of queer community at the first place. And obviously the biases, the stereotypes that still exist, and what are the future outcomes that we can still predict with the conclusion in that remarks in that matter. Without further ado, in that message, I guess the entire screen is already visible. I just want to put it the two things very clearly in that, as I've initiated my entire presentation with one single question to all my peers in that matter, that there is certain interrogations that still we have to understand, we have to introspect within the community of the social hierarchy, that why that once when we considered a queer audience or LGBT community, or when we considered even in terms of the gender at the first place, the things that we praise, that we have a godlike stature, that the things we considered as the most important soothsayers, the academicians that we once considered into that our traditional text in that matter, why it has gone to a certain downfall, where we still, when we consider the very first image of, let's say, of trans audience or of the queer community, the first image that we get in our mind is those people who are begging at the front of the traffic signal, begging to have some penny, or either the very other image we have of something that we frame, or we get it into a notion of what we call as antisocial. So from the roots of that one thing and to the very downfall of that entire thing, there's something that we might have missed in that entire performance, and that's what we have to understand and we have to analyze at the first place. Now, the entire summarization of my entire lecture, because we have been constrained with the time, and I literally am very much firm with the notion that, as ma'am I pointed out, that all the presenter has to give it the proper time limit in that cases, prior to those who are at the lower junctures of that of order of presentation. The entire notions we have into that 5 section, that is how intersectionality and queer theory plays a very pivotal role. That beyond sexuality terms, that how we expand it into certain other things, as we already know that cliche notions of how the very distinction between gender and sexuality still is not too much of the people that we consider. We still consider, no matter how liberal we become, how open we as a society become, still we understand that lack of basic etiquettes of that sex is something that you are born with and gender that you identify it at the first point of time. And that reconceptualization of queer identity has to be plays a very important role. Prior to the condition of that, the onset of that queer community, nobody talks about that, what they have during the pre-colonial era in terms of gender fluidity and how that social diversity have overcome over the period of time. Prior to the cases, let me point it out one single thing. Whenever we considered about the very performer of that queer audience, we always have two extreme motions in hand. Either those who are into the well-off, into the very possessed society of what you call as the glamorized world of the Mumbai. At the same time, we have the antisocial element of those people who are at the begging of the street of the signal. Why there is such a dichotomy that exists between these two? Why there is certain terms? Why can a normal trans community can live a normal level life? Just to give you a glimpse of it, to prove my point, imagine, let's say, filling a form of any government to private website before 2015, 2016. There was only two gender that you call as male and female until that things was decriminalized and we were having things. Then we come to the what you call as also gender. Now, it takes a whole learn, that things of a big packet of time, what you call as 68, 70 years to even understand, to recognize at the first point of time. That lunging of that entire procrastination ultimately led to a period of downfall that we see at that point of time. Obviously, we have the different things, the downfall that we still exist, but still one thing we have to consider in that thing, that gender fluidity has to have a backed up by three major things that we call as cultural and social understanding. That is the basic thing, the entire performer of this entire seminar and conferences that has been done probably regularly on the basis of different educational institutions, just on the basis to create a window, some kind of dialogue, so we can have a notion of interaction. At least we talk about, we have to, at least some point of time that is being to some extent be considered as taboo few years back, has to be discussed promptly and diligently in that matter. Obviously, that fluidity and intersectionality plays a very pivotal role, but that can never be happening at the grassroots level, no matter how much we talk superficial on the academia platform, as long as it doesn't reach to the far-reach audience, to the underprivileged, to the under-economic section of the trans community, where they have no access whatsoever to what their rights and how they can be empowered at the first place of time. Apart from that, when we look at the political radicalism and the queer identity that still exists, I mean, obviously we have to address the elephant in the room, and that exists there. We can't just move away and cast a blind eye, okay, that doesn't exist, despite of the fact. I mean, if we just look at even as my previous peer, we're literally discussing about how these Dalits and the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes has such a marginalized representation in terms of the government job. I totally agree with her, and the same thing applies, and even further worse to the audience when we consider how many trans community people is representing in the government job. Next to none, negligible none. If we talk about the academia, recently the one trans people is ultimately been given the post of assistant professor in the University of Kerala at that point of time. Takes a whole bunch of time when we compare that, how these things people face to face on a daily basis, these kinds of discriminations, the dogma, the stereotyping that exists, the slangs that they use against it, it ultimately demoralizes the notion that ultimately they become non-existent to our community. That we have to address at this point of time. Now, these obviously societal universality do exist in that thing, and we have to address, obviously, there exists a certain values in that matter. And I have mentioned, when I have submitting the entire full paper, I have given the different remarks of Erickson's and all those people who have done it a whole bunch of time in terms of representing how these things can be addressed, not just to a tier 2 or tier 3 city, or let's say to tier 2 or tier 3 country at the first point of time. When we address to those, even to the Pride March, when we are addressing to the Eurocentric approach, to the people, those who are from, let's say, from the US, Canada, and let's be very blunt with it. Even let's you consider to the any, let's say, the first world nation country, still these dichotomy exist. I mean, you walk from Staten Island, you walk to the down south of Texas, you see a clear dichotomy between the queer audience. I mean, the state of Oregon is very much open to all the pride community, but when you go to the down south of, let's say, Pennsylvania, Ohio, or Michigan, they always have certain stereotype that is still, they are not very open to it in that case. You move to the very New York, to Staten Island, they still are very open to it. Now, if I literally can imagine you a proper state in that matter, that out of this 50 states, there is a clear demarcation like that exists. The northern states are much more clear and much more open to that entire thing, while the southern are still very much conservative to the entire notions. And there are different religious political inclination that still exists, not just to the community of the people that they are exist just in a what you call as second nation country or third nation. No, it exists with those which we call as developed nation also, and that also to those who are underdeveloped or developing at that point of time. So tagging with the notion that once we develop, these kind of dichotomies or these kind of so-called tabuness will by definitely with the miraculously will go away. I don't think so. And the same thing that in the order period of time, what we can conclude in that matter and how can proceed with it. These are the problems that we were just addressing at that point, or how we can conclude it. Obviously, we have to have much more liberal in approach in whenever we are trying to accumulate or to add upon the question that there are different peripheries and different dichotomies that exist within the community, rather than addressing it as certain what you call as taboo, or let's say something what you call as these are anti-social, or that doesn't form within the period of the structure of the society. We have to address that. We have to be liberal and we have to be much more incoming in terms of the notion that they should be accepted very readily on a practical basis. Now coming to the deconstruction of the binary structure, I mean, let's just assume that entire thing, we've all been considered in that matter. Without, I just have 1.5 minutes, so I'll be concluding that entire thing with a say, imagine your childhood, your school days. You go to any of the post-school society from government to private, one thing that you will see, right from the very initials, you have been conditioned, brain-wired, that if there is a boy, that he will be given certain adrenaline rush kind of sports during their physical education, basketball, rugby, some other kind of adrenaline, chess or something else. While it is a female, they always have a general notion that either they will play what you call as ghar ghar ka khel, so that they, in the mindset, it is already implanted that being a girl, you have a certain periphery, and if you cross that line, you'll be ultimately discarded. Des nikala ho jaoge, you'll be totally discarded from the society, and nobody will give a damn to your existence, that whether you existed at the first point of time. These kind of conditioning existed right from the very flaws in our Indian education system at the school levels. Imagine what will happen at the academy, at the university, or somewhere else, with adjacent to the fact the stereotypes and the stigma that still is there in that cases. So that structural fallacies still exist, and we have to address it out. And that can't happen within a certain kind of 1 or 2 or 5 years. Rather, it won't never happen. Even when we get developed, we become economically prosperous. It doesn't work like that. That thing has already failed in the US education system, in the Canadian system. Let's just forget about even US and Canada, even to the most liberal, what you call as Eurocentric nation, to all the Senecan countries, these problems still except excluding Germany in that matter. And obviously the nation narration fluidity, I mean, without hurting any sentiment, we have to understand that this is the same country who accepted the very condition that all those so-called killers were ones who used to be the very academicians, the soothsayers, those who can foretell that what can happen in the future consequences of life. Just to give you a glimpse of it, still those, if in a, let's say in a Purvanchal region, I belong to a very small city, Muzaffarpur, named Bihar, in that region, and still if a children is born, be a girl or a boy, still those people come, give a proper blessings, they have a proper forma in which they judge that how these things can be, let's say, come to a future outcome, they give all their blessings, they play their sword songs and all those things, without having any kind of prejudices that, oh, they are antisocial. Now imagine, when you think of, let's say, of Bihar as a, let's say, those who are still have a 53% literacy, they still readily accepted these things, and they are into the mainstream of the society. Why we are still lagging into the metropolis? Why we are still lagging in the Bangalore, in Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta? These dichotomy, I mean, still these kind of comments do come up in that notion. We have to address that.
Apurva, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but we have to keep the time.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, ma'am. So that was the entire thing, and I'm open for all the queries and the questions if you have any.
Yes, thank you for a very passionate advocacy of the cause. And yeah, I am very much with you in the advocacy of fluidity. I would like to ask if there are any questions.
Ma'am, if anybody is having any question, he can put it in the chat box. I'll be later on, we can discuss on those questions also.
Yes, that can also be done. So participants, delegates, please put your questions in the chat box, and we can move on to the next presenter.
Our next presenter is Meenu Thankachan from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham Kochi campus.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Okay, you can continue. It is visible as well as audible.
Okay, 1 minute, sir. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, so I'm Tankachan, a research scholar from Amartha Vishwavidyapitham, Kochi campus. So today I'll be presenting my paper titled Articulating Gendered Memory and Cultural Identity, Exploring Intersectionality in Tensla House, Once Upon a Life, Burn, Curry and Bloody Rags, which is a memoir. And I'll begin with the introduction. So the work is set in northeastern part of India, and the northeast part of India is known for the plurality of culture, language, and ethnicities. And speaking about the women from Northeast India, they're doubly, triply, and they identify themselves as being marginalized. So that there are in the context of the racial and all the issues which are happening in Northeast India, they identify as a group of racialized other. So these are a group of women who are marginalized. And how do they find their voice? They find their voice through literature. And this work specifically is set in Nagaland. So Nagaland is a patriarchal society which follows a lot of patrilineal norms. And these Naga women writers, they function not just as the mouthpieces of the population, but they also narrate their traumatic events, and which it stands as testimonies of history. So this is how they create history, or they bring their life and their issues to the forefront through the medium of literature. So ours memoir is an attempt to exorcise her own personal goals from a fractured childhood. And here I've applied the theory of memory. So the whole work moves through the medium of memory. And here memory is used to depict the intersectionality of gendered identities and the biased and societal cultural norms. And what is the role of all these things? It forms a kind of structures wherein men end up being privileged, and it creates spectrums of discrimination for Naga women. And it is through the medium of memory that these writers connect the cultural past of their community. By doing that, they portray gendered structures and the identity formation of these tribes. And this particular work, it offers glimpses into the traditions and belief systems of the communities. And these systems, like the proverbs, the stories in existence, all of those guaranteed the subordinate status of Naga women. And Bernstein and Loftus, they quote, I quote, they state that memory is inherently a reconstructive process whereby we piece together the past to form a coherent narrative that becomes our autobiography. So through these writing, these women, they are reconstructing the cultural past of their land, but they're piecing together their past, their cultures, their tradition to form reality of their land. And these Naga women, they were excluded from inheritance. They were not even allowed to speak in village councils. And here we have the instance of Tensla Ao and her sister, where they could not own any part of their father's property, and their inheritance consisted of only two things, which were a pair of gold earrings and sewing machine. And remember, this is a memoir which facts which portrays not just fictional things, but it's in fact representing the reality of the women in Northeast India. And through this process of narration, they create an identity, and she forms a kind of psychic and physical healing through her writings. So her memoir, it's a form of psychological healing from the systems of gendered oppression that she had to face. So throughout the narrative, we find a wild girl, a woman who is ready to rebel against society. And as a child, she had to undergo all the burdens of the household chores. She had to follow the ideas of portrayed by patriarchy, and the burden of household chores was forced upon her. It became her responsibility because she was a girl, and it was really disastrous because everything would be either burnt or half cooked, and her family would have to be hungry. And she was very adamant to not fit into the gender roles of society, and thus it ended up depriving her family of the kind of stereotypical nourishment which was offered by women throughout history, where women are responsible for the nourishment of the bodies of men. And memory is always inscribed into and understood from the collective or group memory. And in Nagaland also, the memory is taken forward through the medium of their traditions and societal systems. And the society itself, I quote from Nicolin, preserves itself through its customs, institutions, and traditions, which collectively exercised and rehearsed memory and made sure that these memories were taken over to the further generations. And a Naga woman, she was defined by the intersectional systems of discrimination as well as subordination. And upon a Naga woman, the identities, the sole identities of a daughter, wife, and mother was enforced. And in Nagaland, there are also the customs of child marriage. So from the tender age of 6 or 7, women are forced into marriage, and it ensured their subaltern status. So in the story, that is an actual incident portraying a child widow. She is just 12 or something, and she was married off and her husband died, and so she has to stay a widow throughout her life. And her father goes on to defy the social sanctions and continue with her studies, which is met with great oppression, because in Nagaland, earlier, women were not allowed to engage or pursue their wishes or to go and study. And such identities were fashioned by the society to fit them into the gendered and cultural norms of communities. And according to the precepts of the Naga community, women had to fit into the concept of shame and nudity, and it defined the life of women. And here we are given various glimpses wherein women were not allowed. So she portrays the cultural taboos of her land, where the extrinsic activities were reserved for men, like fishing or climbing trees. Women or girls were not allowed to engage in any of those activities because it was believed that girls would bring bad luck. Girls could not do all of those things. And the Naga tribes, they also condemn premarital sex, and the girls, they were trained from an earlier age that boys can always do whatever they want, and the girl has to bear the consequences and damnation for any act that they would indulge in. So they here we have Ao. She engaged in pursuits which deprived her of shame, and she experiments with activities restrained for women like cigarettes and ear piercing. So such gender norms existed in the Naga society ensured that women would not cross their boundaries. Their individual
Yes.
identities
Meenu,
were
ma'am?
not. Yes.
Yeah. Kindly conclude, please.
Yeah,
It's
concluding.
thank
This is
you.
my last slide. So marriage was also an age-old norm for disciplining a woman, and here Temslao, it's actually a kind of an autobiography where she rises from all those gendered oppressions. She completed a PhD. She is currently working in Nehru University. So all of these provided an opportunity of for her to rise from the gendered oppression in her society. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Meenu, for giving us an insight into the Naga culture and their notions of gender. It was very interesting and insightful for all of us. If there are any questions, can kindly put them in the chat box so that Meenu can respond, and we can move on to the next presenter.
Yeah. Our next presenter is Raghava from Raghav. Are you there? Okay.
Yes, sir, I'm here, yeah.
Okay. You can just continue. Just start.
Okay, sir, yeah.
Please start, Raghav, and
Yeah,
kindly
sure.
stick to the time limit.
Yes, ma'am, sure. Yeah.
7 to 8. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, greetings of the day. I'm Raghavia, a scholar from PSG Krishnamurti College for Women. The title given in the schedule isn't right. It would be helpful if the coordinators could take a note of my right title. It is The Interrelation of Trauma and Belongingness, the Implications of Psychological Resilience in Kathleen Glasgow's Girl in Pieces. So the research paper, it aims to introspect the cognitive dissonance one experiences after PTSD, and there is a desire between to belong and to instant need for self-preservation. So two contradictory beliefs are put forward, and the paper also aims to understand the relatedness of belongingness and vulnerability after traumatic experience through textual interpretation of the novel Girl in Pieces by Kathleen Glasgow. So we all know about PTSD. Now let me delve into the primary text. So this is a text written by Kathleen Glasgow, and she's an American writer, and she's written a lot of famous works. Now, post-traumatic stress disorder, we all know it is associated with exposure to threatening and horrifying events. And according to World Health Organization, It says about 8 million people are affected by PTSD every year. Now, the prevalence of PTSD, it lasts from months to years according to the intensity of stress. In the article titled Meta-Analysis of Risk Factors for Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder in Trauma-Exposed Adults, Breven, he says that there is a strongest correlationship between PTSD and social support. Now, the complex emotions of belongingness associated with PTSD individuals can be perceived from the protagonist of the novel, Girl in Pieces. The novel opens on the lawns of a Regent's hospital where the protagonist, she's called as Charlie, and she is left wrapped in a bed sheet while the blood is seeping through the sheet. You know, she had cut herself into pieces just to escape from a sex house owned by a man called Frank. Now, Charlie has a very tragic history, like in the sense, like her father drowned himself when she was like 17, and later she suffered from a distressed and bemoaning mother, and she often was abused and sent out of her house. Now, Charlie's depressed life, it turns, beautiful after her friend Alice comes, and they have some misunderstanding. And when Alice was in a very critical stage, she wanted to speak to Charlie. That was the last time Alice could speak, because after that she was left as brain dead. Now, Charlie was angry on Alice and she didn't pick the call, after which she, Alice turns to be blinded. And the trauma caused by her stay at the sex house and also the Alice part changed her life entirely. She was transferred to a mental hospital to keep surveillance on suicide watch. And when other patients wanted to get out of the hospital, what Charlie did, she just wanted to be there in the hospital so that she felt to be, protected. I would like to quote a few lines from the novel. I quote, "I'm trying to follow the rules. I'm trying to go where I should be and when I'm supposed to go there. Just sit like a good girl, even though I don't say anything because my throat is filled with nails. I'm trying to follow the rules because not to follow the rules means to risk outside." I unquote. So trauma makes a person vulnerable to insecurity. It makes them to be consciously attached to a protective circle to ensure their safety. This mental state of being alarmed around, all the hours is been expressed in a lot of research papers. Like Leonard, he says himself that this mental state of being alarmed is, uncertainty of protection or thwarted belongingness leads to difficulties with emotional regulation also. So when Charlie was discharged from the hospital, she goes with her friend Mikey, and there, when Charlie and her friend they help each other, she lives at a particular time at Mikey's house, and there she, constantly gets reminded of her traumatic past. She was tormented by her tragic memories of living in the streets and the incident in the sex house. She felt like her life could never become normal. It made her vigilant and guarded against any possible threats, and she equipped herself with tools to protect her from anybody trying to hurt her. She was very conscious of her surroundings when she lived alone after the trauma. Whenever she heard knocking on the door, her mind would make sure that she grabs a fork for safety purposes. Like, she was brave before the danger, but even when she lived in the streets, she was very brave, but the trauma made her weak and vulnerable to even a minor threat that her mind perceived. Charlie loved Mikey, but Mikey saw her only as a friend. Now here comes, insecurity again. Her healthy life gets stained after she learns that Mikey loves another girl. Charlie started to work in a cafe to earn her living and got acquainted with a drug and alcohol addict, Riley. And then she knew Riley was a bad influence on her reconciliation, but still wanted him as she did not have anybody else for her. So she realized that Riley did not realize the serious struggles inside Charlie's mind, but she hoped that she saw their relationship could work out. And she looks at him as a secure place where she can be loud and be normal like others. So this yearning for normalcy can be seen here. And humans tend to be involved in relationships as their mind always look forward to a caretaker who would provide us with food, nurture, and protection, where we don't feel vulnerable at all. So, but when Riley messed up taking the orders at the cafe, he would pack some food to Charlie. So Charlie slowly got attached to Riley. But, Riley used Charlie for running errands for him to get drugs. And though Charlie knows that it's totally wrong, she just did that to be a part of his life, to belong somewhere, and to, to be in some relationship where she feels that she's totally protected. She wanted to belong somewhere. So using negative attachments, it could make a person's PTSD severe, as it makes them vulnerable to disappointments first and then to traumas again. Social support can variably affect the psychological functions of a person. And in this case, a negative attachment could lead to a feel of ostracism, isolation, and a weakening of social bonds. And then Charlie was completely dependent on Riley, and she did not think about the consequences of her relationship with him. Deep in her mind, she knew she was being used by Riley, but she couldn't accept the fact that she wasn't loved by Riley as she loved. Now she felt helpless about her own state of depending blindly on him, and things that she did, which no other girlfriend would be expected or asked to do. She lets out her emotions of hating herself for depending on him through these lines. I would like to cite or quote again the lines. I'm sitting here on the grungy floor, a dog at his feet. Like a dog, I wait for him at night like a dog. Now, stupidly, I want him to pet me, love me, not leave, and that makes me suddenly blazingly angry and sad all at once. I unquote. So she possessed a good talent of an artist, but she couldn't use those talents because she was completely focused on being in a relationship because she wanted to belong somewhere after her insecurities of her past traumas and all. Now she was like this led to a very critical situation where she has to hurt herself again to escape her fame. And Charlie was saved by her friends from the cafe, and later she became a better person with time, utilizing her talents and giving a purpose to her life. But the complications that she made for herself trying to find a meaningful and secure relationship with her PTSD was very close to death. Her vulnerability to the feeling of being loved and protected and not realizing her own value posed her with thoughts of suicidal ideation, and it took years to understand the worth of her own life. Social bonds help to reconcile traumas, but not every one of them serves the same purpose. Charlie's friends from the cafe changed her life positively, even after she destroyed it in a very extreme way. They acted as a good influence on her by reducing her PTSD severity and being there for her when she made the wrong decision to her. And you see, a functional social network, it provides a sense.
Raghavan?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Could you please conclude?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So social bonds are inevitable for the healthy living of human beings, especially for people with the problems of mental health and PTSD. They are like better tools for recuperation, and their role in reconciliation from PTSD is crucial, and it is unlikely to be replaced by any other alternative means. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing that perspective. I mean, among all the discussions on gender fluidity, I think we miss the bus sometimes when we don't talk about mental health.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And yeah, so thank you very much for bringing that perspective. That it gives us a wide spectrum of approaches to gender. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now, if there are any questions, we can just put them in the chat box, and we can move on to the next presenter, Professor Satyajit.
Yeah, next presenter is Naresh Phogat. Naresh Phogat, are you there?
Sir,
Yes.
I'm there. Could you hear me?
Okay. The platform is all yours, and you can start.
Yes, we can hear you, Naresh ji.
But, ma'am, there is an issue with my system. Like, I could not hear you. Your voice is very faint.
Now, can you hear us? I asked you to log.
I am just guessing what you are saying.
Right. Start.
You can start your presentation. We are able to hear you.
Can you see my presentation?
Your presentation is not visible, but your screen is on. Please share the presentation once again.
Sorry, sir, come again.
Your screen is visible to us, but we can't see the PPT. Can you share again, or you can just
I will
read
try
from,
again, ma'am.
You can read from the paper also otherwise.
Could you see it now? Sir?
You can read from the paper also.
I guess some issue is there, sir. It's not opening.
You can read your presentation, Naresh ji. You can read it.
So
Okay.
read what you have written. Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I'm
Please start.
Now starting my paper.
Yes, please start.
This paper, the heading is From Homes to Social Media, Mapping the Safe Queer Spaces in National Capital Region, Delhi. So this paper basically examines the concept of safe space for the queer community. And this paper is based on a qualitative study which I done in November, December of 2023. In this paper, the narratives of 18 queer individuals who are all migrant, not based in Delhi, are analyzed. So initially, we try to see what is a safe space. So a safe space is essential for fostering a sense of belonging, promoting mental health and enabling individuals to live authentically. And the absence of this safe space can lead to isolation, marginalization, and increased vulnerability. So the objectives which I have focused on are to evaluate two spaces, that is physical space and virtual space. How the queer community is doing on this particular two spaces. So the decriminalization of Section 377, as we all know, this law was started by Lord Macaulay in 1861 against homosexuality. But they themselves abandoned this law in 1956 from their country, but we still carrying it till 2018 when the Supreme Court of India decriminalized homosexuality. However, even after the judgment, there are issues which need to be tackled, like societal attitudes and discrimination practices that still remain in Indian society. So the importance of safe spaces. The safe spaces are too important for the community to create a sense of community and belonging. Very important for them. The supportive environment for identity exploration and personal growth is also attached. Safe spaces are not just limited to specific locations like school, homes, public spaces. They can be anywhere. It is a place where a queer individual feels respected and free. Also, it promotes them to do their activism because the queer community always try to grow and spread their activism and help individuals like them. So the safe space concept helps them in their activism. So we will first explore the two main areas, the homes and schools. We oftenly see that the queer individuals, they face the physical abusement and emotional abuse at home. 90% of my informants disclose that they have faced biasness, physical abuse, and emotional abuse by their parents. They were thrashed and even sent to Babas for their for realigning them, we can say, or some even to shock therapy. Moving to the next is school. Due to the unawareness of teachers and fellow schoolmates, the queer students face bullying, harassment, and exclusion. With minimum or no support from their teachers, their experience become more traumatic. So there are also 80% of the informant in the study, they agreed that they face physical assault, bullying, harassment, name calling, and some even to the extent of sexual assault, even we can call rapes. 70% of the informant also disclosed that they attempted suicide at least once during their school, which is a very concerning fact. Now, these queer individuals, as we already discussed, they are all migrated individuals who migrated to Delhi from different states of India. Migration in queer context has more sides comparing to their heterosexual counterparts. Post reaching Delhi, most of them faced isolations in their initial years, and it is difficult to find safe spaces due to the prevalent discrimination. Now they also face housing discrimination. In majority of cases, it is seen that the landlords, post exploring the tenants' queer identities, subject them to harassment and illegal practices. Some of them are thrown out of the house even at the midnights. They could, and moreover, they could not even complain regarding this behavior to police and other agencies. Some landlord ask for bribes and even starts blackmailing them. So definitely this creates a sense of vulnerability and insecurity among the whole community through their shared experiences. Public spaces and police harassment. So most queer individuals, when they initially reach Delhi, they try to explore the famous cruising spots like parks and famous public squares, meant for casual encounters. However, the petty criminals scan these places often to prey upon these queer individuals. 60% of the informant shared that they have often been preyed upon and become a victim of these violent crimes and theft crimes in these spots. 80% of the informant agreed that these spaces are not safe for the queer community individuals. Police here, the police indifference here is another major step.
Nareshji, what is your conclusion?
Of queer individuals, instead of stepping in and protect them, the police try to prefer to turn a blind eye, and in some other cases, they were also involved in harassment and asking for money or bribe.
Nareshji, can you please conclude? Can you please conclude your paper?
Okay, ma'am. I am.
Yes.
Next is victim harassment. So in these spots, sometime when they call out to the general public, even the common public don't support them. When they follow the offenders, in spite the common public start blaming them. So now moving to the virtual spaces, the different social media platforms. Although platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, Tinder, Bumble, etc. provides a safe space for the individuals to express themselves and to connect with like-minded individuals. However, there are always risks luring in front of them. Privacy remains the main concern as they always have the risk of outing themselves to family and friends. 90% of the informant in the study agreed that all their accounts are operating on pseudonyms. Cyberbullying, the bullying they face during their school times is come back, and they face on social media, they face total strangers poking in their social media accounts and humiliating them with sorts of toxic comments. These comments cross sometimes all the limits and provoke the queer individuals to deep insecurities. And
Nareshji, please conclude your paper. Conclude, please conclude.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
So there is urgent need for both physical and virtual spaces for the queer individuals, and there is a call to action to. There should be efforts to foster inclusive and supportive environment and collective responsibility to create safe space for authentic and genuine growth of the queer community individuals.
Thank you, Nareshji, for.
I'm sorry, ma'am. There are too many glitches.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. You read very well, and we could all make sense of what you were saying. We could all make sense, and we could understand what you were reading. So very well presented, and thank you for making a case for queer community in terms of both physical and virtual spaces, which we need to provide for them, safe spaces. Thank you, Nareshji. If there are any questions, please put them in the chat box. Professor Satyajit, let's move on to the next presenter.
Yeah, our next presenter is Padma Aishwarya.
So,
yeah.
Shall I present it?
Yes, Padmaji, you're visible. Your screen is. Please start. And please stick to the time limit, about 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Is the PPT visible?
PPT, yeah, it's visible.
So, good evening, everyone. I'm Padma Aishwarya. I'm research scholar from PSGR Krishnammal College for Women, Coimbatore. The title of my paper is Analysis of Psychological Trauma in the Select Revision Mythological Novels of Anand Neelakantan. Then the second slide is about the introduction. The paper examines Anand Neelakantan's novels Asura, Roll of Dice, and the rise of Kali as trauma narratives that centers on traditionally vilified characters in Hindu mythology. It also explored the complex motivations and suffering behind these characters by transforming them into the embodiments of resilience and struggle. It also shows the challenging, but it also challenges the binary of good versus evil. It also employs how fate, emphasizing the unpredictability of life and the characters' responses to their circumstances. By focusing on these villains, this paper argues that Neelakantan's narratives prompt a re-evaluation of moral frameworks, highlighting how trauma can humanize even the most malign figures. The exploration is not only to enrich the mythological story, but also to shed light on the contemporary issues of agency, identity, and multi-phase nature of suffering. So the abstract is briefed into 5 topics like humanizing villains and trauma as a motivating force, moral ambiguity, contemporary relevance, mythological reinterpretation. By humanizing villain, the backstories and the trauma is presented by allowing the reader to empathize with the characters traditionally viewed as antagonists. In the subtitle trauma as motivating figures, it illustrates how trauma shapes the asura's identities and decisions, and it also shows how the deep-seated pain and the desire for vengeance or survival is seen in all the 3 novels. It also offers a nuanced understanding of their motivations. On the topic moral ambiguity, the novels emphasize moral complexity by blurring the lines between heroism and villainism. It also resonates with modern societal issues by drawing parallels between the character's struggle and contemporary experiences of marginalization, injustice, and quest for identity. It also showcases how ancient stories can illustrate contemporary psychological and social issues. The brief note, with the aid of Sigmund Freud's concept, the actions of unconscious desire of psyche of rejection and humiliation created as a result of deep-rooted trauma in the unconscious mind of Ravana and Duryodhana is portrayed. It also explains how they face the tragic end and how they suffered the loneliness and sense of betrayal since their childhood. The Freud's theory aids in exploring the human psyche and tragic consequences of the unresolved traumas present in the Ravana and Duryodhana. Conclusion: Neelakantan portrays Ravana and Duryodhana not as villains but as tragic heroes who were deeply affected by the psychological trauma from childhood. As they grew up, they strive to acquire power to overcome their traumas. Ravana and Duryodhana experienced rejection, humiliation, and discrimination because of the deep-rooted caste system and rigid norms in the society during their era. As the result of this, the emotions get repressed in their unconscious mind, and in order to strive this thing, and to gain power and self-worth, they manifested to seize power. The inaccurate paths they took to achieve the power and they prove their self-worth to overcome the injustice and insecurities that haunted them throughout their lives, paved paths for their self-destruction. So the reference is the primary references are the 3 novels of Anand Neelakantan, that is Asura, Tale of the Vanquished, the story of Ravana and his people. The second novel is Ajaya, Epic of the Kaurava clan, and the Ajaya series 2, The Rise of Kali, Duryodhana's Mahabharata. And I focused with the trauma theory of Sigmund Freud and other papers from Life and Death in Instincts or Opposing Urges by Kendra Cherry, and what is displacement in psychology. That is that Ravana and Duryodhana will show their anger towards Sita and other characters like Panjali in order to defeat Pandavas and Rama, and the idea of unconscious mind by Saul McClure. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. First of all, for finishing on time. And thank you for replacing villains with tragic heroes. That's a very interesting perspective. And Anand Neelakantan has done a great job at it. I've read Asura a long time back. I did read. So I understand where it's coming from. Thank you so much for that perspective. And are there any questions? Let's have them in the chat box. Professor Satyajit, let's move on to the next one, please.
Yeah, our next participant is actually Adarsh Narayan Pravat.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Hello.
Please
I think our previous speaker has to stop sharing. Yeah, now it's fine.
Adarsh Narayan.
Yeah, is my presentation visible?
No, there is slight delay in the presentation, I think.
Okay, then I just might read out my paper. Okay, so the title of my paper is called Performing the Masculine. It's Eraser of Subjectivity in Mahmoud Zafar's short story Masculinity. The paper analyzes the short story by exploring the recurrent processes of gender enactments and the gap between the two subjectivities of two characters who are prominent in the story, who are the protagonist and his wife. This paper examines the dynamics of performing masculinity and how masculinity is constructed, endorsed, and negotiated through performative acts by relying on Judith Butler's theory of performativity and insights from psychology and gender studies, including Jessica Benjamin's theory of intersubjectivity, Carlson and Solberg's theory of moments of guilt and moments of negligence, and R.W. Connell's theory of hegemonic masculinity. The paper analyzes the complications around the experience of shame and guilt, which are part of the performance of masculinity in the short story. It analyzes the connection of performance of masculinity with power, privilege, and subjugation. The paper examines the ways in which the feminine voice in the narrative is marginalized and the circumstances under which the hegemonic structures of patriarchy erase the subjectivity of the protagonist's wife. The story engages in the pressure and demand that the protagonist feels to prove his prowess and demonstrates how masculinity and, in general, gender is not biologically determined, but is instead constituted by the very act one performs under the cultural and social context. It is through repetition and ritualization of certain acts which have acquired certain social meanings that one situates himself or herself with their gender in the society. The story highlights the performative aspects of the gender, where the gender is real only when it directly makes a spectacle of its performance. This requirement of gender, performance of gender, also confines the relationship into a binary and ties them to the cycle of marriage, childbirth, and so on. Gender in the story becomes a site to impose various structure on the characters' life trajectories as well, and one can see how complete submission to a sense of duty is required for a recognition of one's gender. The story is based on marital relationship. Like the protagonist, the writer also had spent some time in the West, and he then travels to India, and he sort of tries to manage his own arrival, let's say, in the East. The story tries to scrutinize how gender identities are achieved through performing roles and are shaped by various social institutions. It raises issues around child marriage, virility, bravery, gallantry, and in particular masculinity. The story begins with the death of the protagonist's wife. The protagonist takes the responsibility of her death onto himself, since the complications related to childbirth results in her death. The story offers many entry points into the psyche of the protagonist, who deals with moments of guilt for deserting his wife. Carlson and Sojerg, in their essay The Experiences of Guilt and the Phenomenological Psychological Study, describe two key moments in the experience of shame and guilt, which are the moment of guilt and moments of negligence. The moment of guilt follows the realizations of one's culpability or responsibility for an action that lead to negative consequences. It's the point when the individual becomes aware of their negligence or moral failings and feels guilt for the harm caused, whether intentional or unintentional. Moment of negligence refers to a point where an individual fails to act responsibly or overlook a crucial responsibility. Moments of negligence stem from ignorance, distraction, or a lack of awareness, often leading to unintended consequences. In the story, the protagonist's acceptance of his folly shows that he acknowledged that he has deserted his wife's being. The narrative also highlights the ways in which the protagonist's memory and mind alter the facts according to the way he experiences them. In the story, during the moment when the protagonist portrays signs of negligence, the protagonist acts negatively by acquiring bad habits. In his self-perception, these acts seem very unimpeachable to him. These moments of negligence do not, however, weigh as much on his psyche, as there is very little introspection that he does on his part. He does not perform any selfless acts. This is the reason why the innocent and non-problematic actions, which he considered exciting, are an act of running away from the burden of responsibilities. However, the protagonist shows character towards the end, and his merit lies in the reconstruction of that negligence and guilt, and his admittance that his being is trapped in his own virile self and ego. For the protagonist, the death of his wife marks a shift of perspective in the story. And it is worth noting, however, that only that realization only dawns on him after his wife is dead. And after her death, he is able to see her as a venerable figure and as a subject on whom he has inflicted some pain. In the story, the protagonist fails to understand the very gap between the two subjectivities and fails to interact with the wife's subjectivity, and thus fails to establish an intersubjective relationship. An intersubjective relationship refers to a type of connection, according to Jessica Benjamin, the psychoanalyst and the feminist theory, refers to a type of connection or interaction between individuals where each person recognizes the other as a subject, not as an object, with their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences. In an intersubjective relationship, there is a mutual acknowledgement, understanding, and empathy, allowing for meaningful combination and communication for shared experience. Jessica Benjamin also defines intersubjectivity as the reciprocal recognition between two subjects, where both individuals acknowledge each other as independent, autonomous beings with their own thoughts, feelings, and desires. In her view, mutual recognition is the foundation of intersubjective relationship, as it allows both people to see and be seen as subjects rather than objects. This recognition creates what Benjamin calls a third space, a shared intersubjective realm where dialogue and negotiation occur, enabling both parties to maintain their autonomy while being open to the influence of the other. Benjamin emphasizes that intersubjectivity involves a delicate balance between asserting one's independence and acknowledging the other's subjectivity. The balance is crucial in relationships, as it prevents one person from dominating or controlling the other. Benjamin illustrates this idea in respect to gender dynamics, arguing that conventional patriarchal structures often prevent intersubjectivity in relationships by reinforcing power imbalances, where men are seen as active subjects and women as passive agents. In the story, one can see the failure of the balance of asserting one's independence and acknowledging the other's subjectivity. One can see that there is no mutual recognition between the protagonist and his wife, and both individuals as a result feel isolated, disconnected, or misunderstood. The lack of emotional reciprocity leads to feeling of loneliness and alienation in them. Failing to recognize the other person as a subjective being leads the protagonist to treat his wife as an object and as a means to an end. In the story, the protagonist also expresses disdain for his wife for being not too modern. His inability to accept his wife as a subject is uncovered throughout the story. His desire is to make his wife modern while simultaneously preserving his own autonomy, which leads to erratic decision making on his part. For example, in an instance in the story, he steps into his wife's parents' home and asserts that his wife is not ill and should leave with him. This is a very abrupt instance. Since the protagonist is acutely aware of his own feelings for the wife, he hardly knows that his feelings are a displaced nostalgia for the inner spaces of home. In the story, the wave of love and passion creates an impulse and imparts in him a sense of duty, as he proclaims that he wants to embrace his wife, even though she was in the grip of grave diseases. But the impulse, after a point of time, wanes within him when the question about his livelihood begins to haunt him. After returning home, he receives his male companion with a sense of coldness. He feels claustrophobic in the Indian streets. Like I mentioned, he describes the newfound worldview in the story as cruel, dark, and illiterate. Thus, his duty for his wife also wanes when he sees her weak body, oily hair, and pale visages. Can someone tell me how much time do I have?
About 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
Can you please
I will
conclude?
conclude.
Though it's very interesting, let me tell you.
Okay.
But we have to stick to the time limit.
So the
We need to give.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
The protagonist in the story can also be seen to display many characteristics of hegemonic masculinity. The concept as described by R.W. Connell describes a dominant form of masculinity that upholds male power and subordinates other genders, including women and other men who do not conform to its ideal. According to Connell, hegemonic masculinity operates as a cultural ideal, legitimizing the dominant position of men and justifying the subordination of women and marginalized masculinities. It is the most socially valid form of masculinity, yet one cannot say that all men embody it. The story illustrates the breakdown of the intersubjective relationship in great detail. The story shows that when intersubjective relationships are non-existent and there is a strong presence of hegemonic masculinity, there is a diminished capacity to understand or care for the emotional states of others, which eventually fosters indifference or hostility. The failure of intersubjective recognition in the story lead to power imbalances where one person dominates or controls the other in a way. The story illustrates how the relationship that involves objectification, where one person's perspective or needs are disregarded, there is a superficial relationship that emerges, which results in a lack of personal fulfillment. The relationship is also marred by illusions and fantasies. The story demonstrates that without intersubjectivity, people may become emotionally disengaged and unable to form deep emotional bonds or share meaningful experiences. So yeah, that is.
Thank you, Adarsh. I missed the name of the story. What story?
It's called Masculinity by Mahmoud Zafars.
Okay, masculinity. I think the name of the story is not there in your title.
It's
right?
there, but the name of the spelling of the writer is not spelled correctly. So I've just raised the issue with the organization,
Okay.
and they might be able to correct it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Adarsh. That was very interesting. You
Thank
brought in Jessica Benjamin's theory of subjective. Which book does she delve?
Like subject, like objects.
Okay, like subjects, like objects. And you spoke about hegemonic masculinity. By which critic did you name?
This is R.W. Connell's, and the book is called Masculinities.
R.W. Connell.
Connell, yeah.
That's C-O-N.
Connell.
Okay, Connell. Right. So that's a very interesting aspect, There are other men also who are included in the purview of this hegemonic masculinity, right?
Yeah.
The men who can't comply. That's very
Yeah.
interesting to know. And that brings me to how women sometimes are, cruel to women. So I don't know what theory would we fit that into, but this reminded me of that issue. And maybe we can delve into that. Thank you very much, Adarsh.
I would just like to correct myself. The title of the book by Benjamin is Like Subjects, Love Objects, not like
Love Objects.
Yeah.
Okay, I would really like to read this book. That's why I asked you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I learned so many new things from your paper. Thank you. Professor Satyajit, let's move on to the next one, please.
Yeah, our next presenter is Vishal Paridhi. Vishal Paridhi, are you there?
Do we have Vishal Paridhi with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's start.
Is this visible, my PPT?
Yeah, visible.
Yes.
PPT is visible.
Good evening. Today's is my topic, shattering the glass ceiling intersectional approach. Shattering the glass ceiling and intersectional approach. This presentation explores the importance of intersectionality in dismantling barriers to equality and creating a more inclusive workplace. Intersectionality recognizes that people experiences multiple forms of oppression based on their identities, such as race, gender, class, and sexual orientation. Interlocking system of oppression, unique experiences, complexes of identities, barrier faced by marginalized groups. Marginalized group encounter systematic barriers that hinder their advancement and limit their opportunities. Gender bias, women and gender non-conforming individuals often face pay gaps, limited leadership opportunities, and gender stereotype. Racial discrimination. People of color experiences systematic racism leading to disparities in employment, education, and healthcare. Ableism. People with disabilities often face accessibility barriers, discrimination, and lack of accommodation. LGBTQ discrimination. The LGBTQ community faces prejudice, lack of inclusive, and systematic barriers in various aspects of life. Intersectional approach to empowerment. An intersectional approach recognizes the interconnected nature of these barriers and aims to empower marginalized groups, addressing systemic issues, tackling the root causes of oppressions such as implicated bias and institutional discrimination, amplifying diverse voices, creating platforms of marginalized groups to share their experiences, perspective, and solutions, building coalitions, forming alliances across different identity groups to advocate for collective changes. Mentorship and sponsorship programs. Mentorship and sponsorship programs offer invaluable support and guidance to marginalized individual navigating challenges work environment. Mentorship, providing guidance, advice, and support to mentees, helping them develop their skills and advance their career. Sponsorship, advocating to mentors' career growth, opening doors to opportunities and promoting their visibility within the organization. Benefits. Mentorship and sponsorship programs can help bridge the gaps in access to opportunities and support the advancement of marginalized individuals. Workplace and policies practices. Implementing inclusive workplace policies and practices is essential to creating fair and equitable environment for all employees. Equal pay, ensuring equal pay for equal works, regardless of gender, race, or other protected characteristic. Flexible work arrangement, offering flexible work options to accommodate with needs to a diverse employee, such as remote work, flexible work hour, and parental leave. Accessibility, creating accessible workspace and providing reasonable accommodations for employee with disabilities. Diversity training, educating all employees about diversity, inclusion, and unconscious bias to create a more understanding and respectful workplace. Conclusion. Collective action for change. Breaking down barriers to equality requires a collective efforts from individual, organization, and society as a whole. Collaboration, working together across different identity groups to advocate for change. Amplification, evaluating the voices of marginalized group and giving them a platform to be heard here. Equity, striving and for fairness and equality in opportunities and outcomes for all. Progress, continuously learning, adapting, and making improvements to create a more inclusive society.
Thank you.
Ending, yes, ma'am, ending. By embracing intersectionality and working together, we can create a more just and equitable society for us. Sheltering the glass ceiling requires collective efforts, awareness, and dismantling the systematic barriers. Let's continue breaking down those barriers. The times we are currently facing require a greater understanding of intersectionality and how to different faces the human condition warrant responses. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much,
Thank you, everyone.
Vishal ji. Thank
Yes.
you. Your last slides were very much, they spoke for themselves. With all the call for action you have insisted upon. And yes, it takes a collaborative effort to break these glass ceilings. So let's just continue our efforts and keep raising our voices and amplifying the cause. Thank you for that presentation. Let's move on to the next one, sir.
Our next presenter is Kanchan Mala.
Kanchan Mala is
Yes, sir.
Kanchan Mala? Yes,
Yes.
Kindly start.
Is my PPT visible?
Put it into full screen mode. Okay. You can continue like this.
Yeah. Is it visible?
Yeah, now it is in full screen.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Kanchan Mala, a research scholar from Banaras Hindu University. And I'm going to present a paper on unveiling the process of deconstructing patriarchy through an integral part of Bhojpuri folk songs, lullabies. Clement Brunner says in his book Folklore the Basics that the role of folklore is to express fundamental human needs, desires, and anxieties that are often not revealed through other means. It acts as a validation of culture, justifying its rituals and institutions to those who perform and observe them. Folklore taught us how to document, interpret, and apply key information through songs to modern life. In this paper, there is a portrayal of an integral part of folklore called lullabies, one of the kinds of folk songs which are passed orally from one generation to another and used by mothers as a tool to deconstruct the patriarchal norms and envisage it as a medium of liberating themselves from the constraints faced by them in a small-scale family politics. It is a form of communicative act with the child without any expectations of the verbal answers from the child. The aim of these songs is not to inform, but to facilitate the social contact, to convey their feelings with a greater content to the child. The article proposes to explore motherhood through a specific type of Bhojpuri folk song, lori or lullaby. The objective of this paper is to portray not just a cultural specific understanding of motherhood, but also to probe those aspects of motherhood which are similar and universal. These folk songs support the notion that childbirthing cannot be just translated as mothering experiences. Instead, there is a significant aspect of nurturing and caring that goes into it. These songs are not a mere representation of making a child lull to sleep, but to delve into an important part of mothering experiences. These are some, I want to say the resume of the work done, that I have completed my field work on Bhojpuri lullabies in Sahibganj district, Sahibganj, Jharkhand, dated 15th November to 19th November 2023. And I have also completed my field work on Bhojpuri lullabies in Buxar district, Bihar, dated 12th March to 15th March 2024. These are some of the pictures that I have taken when women were performing Bhojpuri lullabies in a Toli, that is named Ojha Toli, Purani Sahibganj, Jharkhand. And these are some of the pictures that I have taken that the woman, she is performing Bhojpuri lullabies in Buxar district, Bihar. Lullabies, though in themselves is a type of folk songs, are different from other types of folk songs in the sense that while most Bhojpuri folk songs are sung in groups, they are sung by a single person, primarily because they are aimed at putting babies to sleep. Lullabies are never sung while breastfeeding the child, as the mothers do not want the children to fall asleep. These songs are sung while patting the back of the child, and they are generally monostropic songs and polystropic. During these songs, they also chat with the child, and that builds a connection between the two in the regional language. Lullabies might be regarded as the most intimate confession aired by repressed women in a patriarchal society, which acts as a reservoir of a mother's unexpressed, unvoiced emotions or feelings, which can be fruitful in getting a child a candid insight into her maternal experiences. I have also transcribed some of the Bhojpuri lullabies here. One Bhojpuri lullaby through which I want to say that how women deconstructs the patriarchal norms. Chanda mama aare awa, bare awa, nadiya kinare awa, sona ke katorowa mein doodh bhat leke awa. This lullaby perhaps refers to a liberating experience that the mother who has for so long been confined to the four walls of her house eventually finds it in the form of her baby. It's not like she never wanted to break free before, but now that her child is here, she has finally found the confidence that she lacked until now to demand her liberation. Inviting Moon, who is her brother and her child's maternal uncle and who resides in the open skies, visit her house, that is Bare, and via the farm trial, that is Are, and by the riverside, alludes that she is in fact asking for her own open skies, that is her own freedom. Then again, we have the instance of milk and rice in a gold bowl that the mother asks for from the moon. This simply means that the mother wishes nothing but the well-being and the good fortune of her child. It is a culture-specific phenomenon where her aspirations for her child is entwined with her own aspirations. It is through her child
Kanchalmala, are you still there? Seems to be a technical glitch, I suppose.
There seems to be a glitch. I think we have lost.
Yes, Dr. Pratibha.
Yes, Dr. Ghosh, yes.
I'm really sorry. Since morning, things were absolutely out of my hands. So I got to see you.
I can understand. No need to apologize. Absolutely understandable. You organized a big feat, and it's no joke to organize an event of this.
Thank you for your
And scale.
support as well as your. This session is in able hands, I'm sure.
Session has been very good, very fruitful for all of us, and a lot of new learnings for me also. I'm enjoying it so far. So let's see if we can get the speaker back on.
Please continue. Please.
Yes. Professor Satyajit, can we try and get in touch with
Yeah, we are trying to get in touch with Kanchanmala ma'am.
with Kanchan? Yes, Kanchan ma'am again. Has she gone off screen altogether?
Kanchanmala. Okay. Let us continue with the next presentation.
Yes,
Once
I
it
think we
joins,
should call the next presenter.
yeah. Aishwarya Singh is the next presenter.
And I think she's the last for this session.
Yeah. She's the last. She's the last.
Yeah. Aishwarya Singh from Amity University, Patna.
So she's joining.
Yes, yes. This paper on lullabies was very interesting.
Yeah.
Just lost her. It's very unfortunate. Things like these. I think this is a drawback of a virtual meet, you know.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Which is, do we have
Aishwarya now.
Aishwarya? Okay.
Yeah. Good morning,
Yes,
everyone. Good
Good
morning,
evening.
ma'am.
Yes. Yes, Aishwarya.
Good afternoon, everyone. The title of my research paper that I'm going to present today is Comparative Analysis of Domestic Violence in Bihar and Haryana, a case study. I'm going to discuss the objectives, methodology, the comparative analysis of the two states, and finally, I will throw light on some of the findings that I've fetched out from the problem. I would like to begin with the introductory part, with the impacts of domestic violence, in which people are affected directly or indirectly. People who are directly affected by violence are more likely to report arthritis, asthma, and heart diseases, etc. People who are indirectly affected by violence can also be children who become targets of domestic violence. The stress of the situation may lead to mental health problems and can reduce their ability their ability to focus and learn. The prominent reason for domestic violence is dowry system. If dowry expectations are not fulfilled, it leads to an increase in the violence. For my study, I have reviewed a few works on this area to understand the gap. Patriarchal society is a crucial cause of domestic violence. A woman in a male dominated society is disadvantaged, inferior, and oppressed. They are financially dependent on their husbands, which forces them to stay with their partners. Society should make laws and rules so that women can feel secure about a change in their plight. Based on the above proposition, the objectives of my paper are: examine how deep-rooted patriarchy penetrates the crevices of modern society and domestic violence comes as a byproduct of the same. Compare and analyze the prevalence rate of domestic violence in the two states through the lenses of certain feminist theories. Investigate how socio-economic factors of the state subjects have induced domestic violence. Analyze how social evils like domestic violence of the two states can actually throw light on the larger picture of India caught in a quagmire of patriarchal inequality. My study has relied upon a few feminist theories. As Simone de Beauvoir said, women are oppressed from years. It is because of the patriarchal society that women has assigned themselves as inferior from the men. And because of this idea of inferiority, the men think then they can do whatever they want, because the society has taught them that they should oppress the inferiors. And this idea of oppressing the inferiors increases domestic violence. The mindset that women is the subordinate other to the man and reducing her status from a human being to merely an object actually makes a patriarchal men feel that they can inflict torture upon them. In the first place, they don't consider a woman as human. Immanuel Kant's objectification is central to feminist theory. He says that sexual love makes of the loved person an object of appetite. As soon as that appetite has been stilled, the person becomes a thing and can be treated and used by everyone. So once a woman becomes an object, the man treats her like an object. So treating a human like an object gives rise to domestic violence. I shall make a comparative analysis of the situation of the two states, Bihar and Haryana. The findings, which uses empirical data on domestic violence in Bihar and Haryana, focusing on the pandemic's impact. According to the research paper titled Domestic Violence Against Women During COVID-19 by Priyanka Tripathi, in Bihar, 48% of women reported experiencing physical abuse during the pandemic, with many also suffering from psychological and economic abuse. The traditional family setup and limited economic independence further worsen these issues. In Haryana, the pandemic similarly led to a surge in domestic violence cases. Data showed that Jind district had the highest number of reported cases both before and during the pandemic. However, societal and familial pressures likely caused underreporting during lockdown. To conclude, I would like to say that pandemic brought to light long-standing systems of patriarchy that perpetuate domestic violence. Economic independency, social isolation, and patriarchal norms contributed to the rise in domestic violence during this period. Addressing these issues requires systematic change, particularly in education and economic opportunities for women. Thank you for taking the time out to listening to me.
Thank you, Aishwarya. That was very insightful and concise. And thank you for giving us the insights and snippets from your research from both the states. Professor Satyajit, we have, so this was our last presentation.
Yeah, exactly, ma'am. This was the last one.
We have a request from Kanchan Mala in the chat box that she wants to be given some time. Do you think, or should we consider her present paper as?
Yeah, we can consider a paper. We can consider a paper.
Yes.
As presented.
As presented. Okay.
Yes.
Kanchan, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Kanchan, due to the constraint of time, we shall just consider your paper as already been presented.
Yes,
or you really want to say something which is very important? I can give you 1 minute.
Ma'am, I don't know that where the connection was interrupted, so I don't know that till which slide.
Yes, it was actually very interesting. You were talking about the moon lullaby.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where we lost you.
Yes, ma'am. And I was on the, I wanted to say something about the other one, the other lullaby. So can I?
Yes.
Yes,
If you
okay. You can go
just in
ahead.
1 minute. Yeah.
You can take 2 or 3 minutes and just try to be as brief as possible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
The other lullaby that I was saying about is this one. I keep the grinding stone in the courtyard. I rub sandalwood in the grinding stone. The sandalwood is not enough for my child. My child is fairer than sandalwood. This lullaby brings to the fore the desire to have a fair complexion, despite the fact that in Bhojpuri culture, having a dusky complex is of no less significance. However, the tendency to get fair complex is something that seems irresistible. Having her child's complexion fair than herself provides a scope for her to overcome the disregard that she possibly was subjected to. However, here she can still make efforts on her part to further improve her child's complexion. It is important to mention that the desire for improving her child's complexion is not original to the mother, but is imposed by the society which she inhabits. While she has some control over her efforts, like laying the grinding stone in her courtyard for the purpose of rubbing sandalwood and applying the framework thus prepared on her child's skin. But her economic condition might not permit her to do these things, as sandalwood is an expensive commodity. Consequently, she is left with no option but to embrace it for a fact that her child is already fair and doesn't need any further improvement in its complexion. The maternal practice here is a significant one. Even though it is not a life-changing effort, nor does it seem to be an obvious feminist stance that challenges or tries to change the oppressive standards of society, but in her subtle attempt of shielding the baby from the harsh reality of the world, and by not blowing the trumpet of poverty, the mother is envisioning a better world for her child as compared to hers. The act of imagining a better world for the child is in itself a part of her maternal experience, for it allows her to overcome the limitations set by the society, at least in theory, even if not in practice. This may not possibly result in transforming the world itself, but here in the lullaby, the mother is using her imagination, is trying to create a free space for herself and her child. Thus, I want to say that an analysis of Bhojpuri lullabies brings us to the conclusion that these songs give an insight into motherhood experienced by the Bhojpuri woman, which is culture specific and which should not be perceived at par with normative motherhood. The mothers in Bhojpuri lullabies at times, through their maternal experiences and at other times through their thinking, create a space that facilitates their authority and power as they mother. On behalf of these mothers, through their small yet significant resistance, it won't be wrong to say that motherhood holds the potential to become a site of empowerment and a location for social change. Although this resistance mostly exists at the level of thought and has little possibility of materializing into a real maternal agency, and thus it is just that they get a space of their own to resist such societal boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanchan ma'am, for finally you were able to complete your paper. And that brings us to the end of the session. I would like all of you to just switch on your cameras for a while. We have been talking to the screens all this while, so let's just conclude the session. Yes, thank you. And I would just like to say that we had a very diverse group. So there were people from Banaras, Coimbatore, then Delhi and Gwalior. So aligning with the theme of the conference, we had an inclusive, diverse group. And all I can say is I have learned a lot from all of your presentations. They were all very interesting, insightful. Congratulations to all of you for doing tremendously amazing work in all your respective fields. Meeting young scholars, whether virtually or in person, always is a fresh boost of energy for all of us. We know that we can never be complacent because you guys are around. You keep us on our toes, that we need to keep learning even more. And I would like to just conclude with a request, or maybe just an affirmation, that we should all leave. Let's leave here a bit more sensitive and inclusive in our approach towards all genders, and let's keep raising our voices, on all types of platforms wherever we get a chance, to ensure a basic human dignity for everyone, beyond genders, class, race, everything. That's what I can say. That's all I have to say at the end of the session. Over to you, Professor Satyajit.
Yes, ma'am. I very much thankful to you, ma'am. You have been so active from the first participant to the last participant. I have never seen such a chair in my lifetime for the last 25 years.
No, I learned a lot. I enjoyed all the presentations, and I have made my notes, and I have learned so much. I have so much to look for. In fact, this is the purpose of these conferences. This learning should not stop here. We should, learning from each other's papers, presentations, and research areas. We should explore further, in our own
young minds
areas.
are always, I believe that young minds always give a better idea than older
Absolutely, absolutely. That's
we learn a lot from the young people.
Yes,
I am
always,
also confident that the idea and insights shared will be a long-lasting impact on the future research, policy, and development and social change. All will accept these things, and they will bring a change, I believe. I thank all the participants, madam, and all for making this session a success. With this, we'll just
thank you all. Thank you all the participants, all the presenters.
Okay.
And heartiest congratulations to everyone. You all did a very good job. Thank you. And thank you, Professor Satyajit, for being with me and steering the session through with a steel hand. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. All the best, everyone.